AIDA for ruining my ex-best friend's wedding after she fired me as MOH. I, 28-year-old female, need to know if I went too far with what I did to my former best friend. Jenna, 29-year-old female. We'd been inseparable since middle school, or so I thought, until her engagement to Mark completely changed everything between us. Jenna and Mark got engaged last year, and she asked me to be her maid of honor. I was thrilled and immediately threw myself into wedding planning. I helped her choose venues, went to every dress fitting, organized her bachelorette party, and spent hundreds of hours helping coordinate details. I put my heart into making her day perfect because I genuinely loved her and wanted her to be happy. But about 4 months before the wedding, Jenna started acting distant. She'd cancel plans last minute, wouldn't respond to my messages for days, and seemed annoyed whenever I brought up wedding tasks. Then she called me one evening and told me she was making a change to her bridal party. She'd decided to make Mark's sister the maid of honor instead because it would mean a lot to Mark's family, and she wanted to strengthen that relationship. I was hurt, but tried to be understanding. I asked if I'd still be in the bridal party, and Jenna said no, she was streamlining to just Mark's sister and one other bridesmaid. I was being cut entirely. When I asked if I'd done something wrong, Jenna got defensive and said I was making this about me when it was her day and her decision. I later found out through mutual friends that Jenna had told people I was too intense about the wedding planning and that I'd been trying to control everything and make it about myself. This wasn't true. I'd been following her directions and trying to be helpful. What really happened was that Mark's wealthy sister had offered to pay for significant portions of the wedding if she could be maid of honor, and Jenna had chosen money over our friendship. I was devastated. I'd spent months planning this wedding, had already bought a bridesmaid dress, and had organized and paid for a bachelorette weekend that cost me $1,200. When I asked Jenna about being reimbursed for the bachelorette party, since she was cutting me from the wedding, she said those expenses were gifts, and I shouldn't expect money back just because I was bitter about not being MOH. That's when I realized Jenna had used me for months of free wedding planning labor and financial contributions, then had discarded me when someone with more money came along. I was angry and hurt, but I didn't confront Jenna further. Instead, I decided to let certain information come to light naturally. Here's the context. During all those months of wedding planning, Jenna had confided in me about various things, including the fact that she'd cheated on Mark 6 months into their relationship during a rough patch. She'd had a brief affair with a coworker and had told me about it in confidence, swearing she'd never tell Mark because it was a mistake, and she didn't want to hurt him unnecessarily. I'd advised her to tell Mark at the time, but she'd refused, saying what he didn't know wouldn't hurt him. I'd kept Jenna's secret for years because that's what friends do. They keep confidences. But Jenna had shown me she wasn't really my friend. She'd used me, lied about me to mutual friends, and had discarded me without remorse. I felt that Mark deserved to know the truth about who he was marrying, especially since Jenna had proven she was willing to be dishonest and disloyal when it suited her. 2 weeks before the wedding, I sent Mark a message through Facebook. I didn't want to be dramatic or vengeful, so I kept it simple and factual. I told him that during wedding planning, Jenna had confided information to me that I felt he should know before making a lifelong commitment. I explained about the affair, provided the approximate time frame, and mentioned the coworker's name, which Jenna had told me. I said I was sharing this not to cause harm, but because I believed he deserved to make an informed decision about marriage. Mark apparently confronted Jenna immediately. According to mutual friends, there was a massive fight. Jenna initially denied everything, then admitted to the affair but claimed it was just kissing. It wasn't. She'd told me it was a physical relationship that lasted about 6 weeks. Mark was devastated and felt betrayed not just about the affair, but about Jenna hiding it throughout their engagement. Mark called off the wedding 4 days before it was scheduled to happen. The venue, catering, flowers, everything was already paid for and non-refundable. Jenna's family lost thousands of dollars. Guests had already traveled to the destination wedding location. It was absolute chaos. Jenna figured out it was me who told Mark. She called me screaming, saying I destroyed her life because I was jealous and vindictive about not being in the bridal party. She said I'd violated her confidence and trust, and that what she'd done years ago was none of my business to share. She claimed I'd weaponized her private confession to get revenge for being cut from the wedding. Her family and some mutual friends have sided with Jenna. They say that yes, she shouldn't have cut me from the bridal party the way she did, but that I massively overreacted by exposing her infidelity and destroying her wedding. They argue that what happened between Jenna and Mark years ago was their private business, and that I had no right to insert myself into their relationship just because I was hurt about the MOH situation. They're saying I violated girl code by exposing Jenna's secret, and that I essentially slut-shamed her and ruined her life over a petty dispute about wedding party roles. Several friends have stopped talking to me entirely, saying they could never trust me with personal information again since I weaponize secrets when I'm angry. Other friends, though, have quietly told me they think I did the right thing. They say Mark deserved to know the truth before legally binding himself to someone who'd cheated and lied about it. They argue that Jenna's infidelity wasn't really my secret to keep, since it directly affected Mark, and that keeping it hidden would have made me complicit in deceiving him. My family is split on this too. My mom thinks I was vindictive and that I destroyed Jenna's wedding out of spite, crossing a line that can't be uncrossed. She says that even if Jenna treated me badly, I should have taken the high road and not interfered in her relationship. My sister, on the other hand, thinks Jenna used and discarded me, and that Mark had a right to know about the infidelity before committing to marriage. I've been doing a lot of soul-searching about my motivations. I genuinely believed Mark deserved to know the truth. Jenna had cheated on him, lied about it for years, and he was about to marry her without knowing this fundamental aspect of their relationship history. But I also can't deny that part of my motivation was anger about how Jenna had treated me. If she hadn't cut me from the wedding so callously, would I have ever told Mark? Probably not. So was I doing the right thing, or was I just getting revenge? Jenna and Mark did eventually get back together after about 2 months. According to mutual friends, they went to couples counseling, and Mark decided to forgive Jenna for the affair since it happened early in their relationship. They're now planning a small, private wedding with just immediate family. But their relationship went through significant trauma, and Jenna has told people she'll never forgive me for what I did. The financial losses were substantial. Jenna's family lost over $45,000 in non-refundable wedding expenses. Guests lost money on travel and accommodations. The emotional fallout damaged relationships throughout our friend group, with people forced to choose sides. I'm left wondering, was I the asshole here? I exposed a truth that Mark deserved to know, but my timing was clearly influenced by being hurt and angry about the bridal party situation. I told myself I was doing the right thing for Mark, but was I really just getting revenge on Jenna for using and discarding me? Some perspectives I've heard. NTA. Mark deserved to know about the infidelity before marriage. Jenna's cheating was the real problem, not you telling the truth. YTA. You violated Jenna's confidence and destroyed her wedding as revenge. The affair was years ago and wasn't your business to share. ESH. Jenna shouldn't have used and discarded you, but you weaponized private information vindictively rather than out of genuine concern for Mark. I keep going back and forth. On one hand, I do believe Mark deserved to know the truth about Jenna's past infidelity. If my partner had cheated on me and someone knew but didn't tell me, I'd be angry about being kept in the dark. On the other hand, I can't deny that I wouldn't have told Mark if Jenna hadn't hurt me first, which suggests my motives weren't purely altruistic. I've lost friendships over this. I've been called vindictive, jealous, and untrustworthy. But I also can't shake the feeling that I did what needed to be done, even if my timing and motivations weren't perfect. Jenna cheated on Mark and lied about it for years. She used me for months of unpaid labor and financial contributions, then discarded me when someone wealthier came along. She lied about me to mutual friends and showed no remorse for how she'd treated me. Maybe I am the asshole. Maybe I should have taken the high road, accepted the loss of the friendship, and moved on without interfering in Jenna's relationship. Maybe exposing the affair was a disproportionate response to being cut from a bridal party. Or maybe Jenna's actions, both the cheating and the way she treated me, revealed her true character, and Mark deserved to know who he was really marrying before it was too late. So Reddit. Am I for telling my ex-best friend's fiancé about her past infidelity after she fired me as maid of honor and cut me from her wedding? AITA for reporting my sister's business after she refused to pay me back? Stolen. That's the word I, 29 ULF, keep coming back to when thinking about what my sister, Nina, 34-year-old female, did to me, though she insists I'm being dramatic and vindictive for using that term. The fallout from my decision to report her business to authorities has torn my family apart, and I genuinely can't tell anymore if I was justified or if I destroyed my sister's livelihood over a financial dispute that should have been handled differently. Nina has always been entrepreneurial and creative. About 5 years ago, she started a small cosmetics company, making handmade skincare products, face creams, serums, body butters, that sort of thing. She sold primarily through social media and at local craft fairs. The business started small but grew steadily through word of mouth and Instagram marketing. 3 years ago, Nina came to me with a business proposal. She wanted to expand her product line and needed capital for inventory, packaging equipment, and a commercial kitchen rental. She asked if I could invest $35,000 in the business in exchange for a 20% ownership stake. Nina presented financial projections showing the business could double revenue within 2 years with proper investment. I'd been working as a pharmaceutical sales rep and had been saving aggressively for a down payment on a house. I had about $50,000 saved, so Nina's request would take most of my house fund. But Nina was my sister. Her business seemed promising, and the ownership stake seemed like a good investment opportunity. We drafted a simple contract. I'd invest $35,000 for 20% ownership, with provisions that I'd receive quarterly distributions of 20% of net profits, and that if the business was ever sold, I'd receive 20% of the sale price. The contract also included a buyback clause. If Nina wanted to buy out my ownership stake, she could do so by repaying my initial $35,000 investment, plus 15% annual interest. I gave Nina the $35,000, and initially, things seemed great. The business did expand as planned. Nina rented a commercial kitchen, bought professional equipment, expanded her product line, and started selling to small boutiques in addition to direct sales. Revenue increased significantly, and Nina would excitedly update me on sales numbers and new opportunities. But I never received any quarterly profit distributions. When I'd ask about them, Nina would explain that the business was in growth mode and needed to reinvest all profits to continue expanding. She said once the business stabilized, I'd start receiving regular payments. This went on for about 18 months. No payments, but always the promise they'd start soon. Then 2 years into my investment, I told Nina I wanted to buy a house and needed some return on my investment. I asked about receiving at least some of my quarterly distributions or possibly exercising the buyback clause so I could recover my initial investment. Nina said the business couldn't afford a buyback right now and that I needed to be patient with the distribution timeline. I was frustrated but tried to be understanding. Nina was family, and I didn't want to create conflict over money. but I also needed that capital for my life plans. The house I wanted to buy required a down payment I couldn't make without access to my investment funds. 6 months ago, I noticed Nina had made significant personal purchases: a new car, expensive vacations posted on social media, designer clothes. When I'd see these posts, I'd feel increasingly resentful. My $35,000 was locked in her business, generating no return while Nina was living well and seemingly prospering. I finally confronted Nina directly, saying I needed either regular profit distributions as contracted or buyback of my ownership stake. I'd been patient for nearly 3 years with zero return on a $35,000 investment. Nina became defensive, saying I was being greedy and not understanding how businesses work. She said the personal purchases I'd noticed were rewards for her hard work and none of my business. That conversation escalated badly. Nina said if I was going to hassle her constantly about money, maybe I should just sell my ownership stake. I said fine, I'd take the buyback option. Per our contract, Nina owed me $35,000 plus 15% annual interest for 3 years, which totaled approximately $51,000. Nina was shocked by the number and said she couldn't possibly pay that. She claimed the 15% interest was unreasonable and that she'd never really agreed to such terms. When I showed her our signed contract, clearly stating these terms, Nina said the contract was just a formality between sisters and wasn't meant to be enforced like a real business deal. I was stunned. Nina had treated my investment as a casual family loan she could repay whenever convenient, rather than a legitimate business contract with legal obligations. She'd used my money to expand her business while providing me zero return, and now she was refusing to honor our buyback agreement. I gave Nina 3 months to come up with the buyback payment, offering to accept $45,000 if paid immediately to avoid continued interest accrual. Nina said she couldn't get that kind of money together and accused me of trying to bankrupt her business with unreasonable demands. She suggested I could just forgive the debt, since we were sisters and families should support each other without expecting payback. When the 3 months passed with no payment and no serious effort from Nina to arrange payment, I made a decision that would change everything. I started researching Nina's business practices and discovered several concerning things. First, Nina's handmade cosmetics weren't properly registered or licensed. Our state requires cosmetics manufacturers to register with the health department and follow specific safety protocols. Nina had never registered, meaning she was operating an illegal manufacturing operation. Second, Nina was making medical claims about her products that weren't permitted without FDA approval. She advertised her face cream as clinically proven to reduce wrinkles, and her serum as healing eczema and acne. These are drug claims that require FDA approval and testing, which Nina obviously hadn't obtained. Third, Nina wasn't properly reporting her income. Her social media posts and boutique partnerships suggested revenue well over $100,000 annually. But when I discreetly checked public business registration records, Nina was registered as a home-based business with minimal declared revenue. She appeared to be significantly underreporting income to avoid taxes. I compiled all this information and made reports to multiple agencies: the State Health Department about unlicensed cosmetics manufacturing, the FDA about illegal medical claims, and the IRS about suspected tax evasion. I provided documentation, screenshots of Nina's product claims, and evidence of her revenue levels. The consequences came quickly. The health department ordered Nina to immediately cease manufacturing until she obtained proper licensing and brought her kitchen up to code. The FDA sent cease and desist letters about her medical claims and threatened significant fines if they weren't immediately removed. The IRS opened an audit of Nina's business taxes going back 3 years. Nina's business essentially shut down overnight. She couldn't legally manufacture products while getting licensed, Her existing inventory had to be pulled from boutiques due to the unlicensed manufacturing issues, and she faced massive legal and accounting bills to deal with the various agency investigations. Within 2 months, Nina's business was effectively destroyed. She's facing approximately $40,000 in fines, back taxes, legal fees, and licensing costs. She's had to lay off the 2 part-time employees she'd hired. Her inventory is worthless since it was manufactured without proper licensing. The boutiques dropped her products. Her social media following has collapsed after news spread about the regulatory issues. Nina immediately knew I was behind the reports. She called me screaming, saying I'd destroyed her livelihood because I was bitter about money. She accused me of being vindictive and cruel, using regulatory complaints as weapons to get revenge for not being repaid quickly enough. The family reaction has been intense and divided. My parents are furious with me. They say that yes, Nina should have paid me back, but that reporting her to multiple government agencies was nuclear and disproportionate. They argue I've destroyed Nina's business, her income, and potentially her future career prospects over a financial dispute that should have been resolved privately or through civil court. My parents have pointed out that Nina is now facing financial ruin. She owes me $51,000 she can't pay, plus $40,000 plus in fines and fees, plus she's lost her business income. They say I've made it impossible for Nina to ever pay me back by destroying her ability to earn money. They've called my actions vindictive and said I've prioritized revenge over actually recovering my investment. Nina's husband has been particularly vocal, saying I've devastated their family financially because I was impatient about getting rich quick. He's claimed I knew Nina's business had regulatory issues when I invested, and that I'm now weaponizing that knowledge because things didn't go my way. He's threatened to sue me for tortious interference with Nina's business. Several extended family members agree with my parents. They say that while Nina should have honored our contract, my response was disproportionate and cruel. They argue I could have sued Nina civilly for the buyback amount, rather than destroying her business through regulatory complaints. They've suggested my actions were motivated by jealousy of Nina's success and resentment about not receiving returns. Other family members support my decision, though more quietly. My aunt thinks Nina was running an illegal operation and deserved to face consequences, regardless of our financial dispute. She's pointed out that Nina was selling unregulated cosmetics to people who trusted they were safe and legal, and that someone needed to report the violations. My cousin, who works in regulatory compliance, says I did the right thing by reporting genuine violations rather than allowing them to continue. She's noted that if someone had gotten sick from Nina's products, Nina would have faced far worse consequences, and reporting the issues now actually protected Nina from more serious future liability. My friends are split as well. Some think Nina exploited me financially and was running an illegal business that deserved to be shut down. Others think I used regulatory complaints as revenge when I should have pursued civil remedies for our contract dispute. Several have asked if I actually cared about the regulatory violations or if I was just looking for weapons to use against Nina. Nina has tried to paint me as the villain to mutual friends and on social media. She's posted vague messages about betrayal by those closest to you and family that stabs you in the back. She's framed the situation as a greedy sister destroying a small business over money, without mentioning the unlicensed manufacturing, illegal medical claims, or tax evasion. Here's what I keep struggling with. Were the regulatory violations I reported genuine issues that needed to be addressed regardless of our financial dispute? Yes. Nina was operating an unlicensed cosmetics manufacturing operation, making illegal medical claims and evading taxes. These were real violations of law, not things I invented to hurt her. But would I have reported these violations if Nina had paid me back on schedule? Probably not. I wouldn't have been researching her business practices if I wasn't trying to figure out how to recover my investment. The regulatory complaints were effective tools because Nina was actually violating regulations. But I found and used them because I was angry about not being paid. Does that make my reports less legitimate? If someone is genuinely breaking laws, does it matter if the person reporting them has ulterior motives? I've told myself I was protecting public safety and ensuring business compliance. But I can't deny I was also trying to force Nina to pay attention to my financial demands. I've also wondered if I destroyed any chance of actually recovering my $35,000 investment. Nina can't pay me back now because she has no income and massive debts. If I'd pursued civil litigation instead of regulatory complaints, maybe I could have gotten a judgment and eventual payment. Now I'll never see that money, and I've burned the family relationship entirely. But I also think about the people buying Nina's products without knowing they were unlicensed and potentially unsafe. I think about Nina making medical claims without any testing or approval. I think about her evading taxes while legitimate businesses followed the rules and paid their obligations. So, Reddit, am I for reporting my sister's business to Health Department, FDA, and IRS after she refused to buy back my ownership stake, even though it destroyed her business, and she's facing financial ruin? AITA for bankrupting my business partner after he tried to force me out. Partnership. That's the word that used to mean trust and collaboration to me. But now it represents the greatest betrayal and most complicated revenge of my life. I'm 35-year-old, being called vindictive and ruthless by people who know only half the story, while others call me a hero for refusing to be victimized. My former business partner, Grant, 38-year-old, is now facing personal bankruptcy because of strategic decisions I made, and I genuinely cannot determine if I was protecting myself or if I went too far in destroying him. Grant and I met in business school 10 years ago and became close friends. After graduation, we both worked in tech consulting for a few years before deciding to start our own software company together. We were equal partners, 50-50 ownership split, equal investment of capital, $75,000 each, and complementary skill sets. I handled product development and engineering. Grant managed sales and business development. For the first 5 years, our company grew steadily. We developed project management software for mid-sized construction companies and built a solid client base. Revenue grew from $200,000 in year 1 to approximately $3 million by year 5. We were profitable, paying ourselves decent salaries and building something we were both proud of. Our partnership agreement was straightforward: equal ownership, equal voting rights, and provisions that required unanimous consent for major business decisions like taking on debt, selling the company, or diluting ownership by bringing in outside investors. We'd also included a shotgun clause. If one partner wanted out, they could name a price for their shares, and the other partner would either buy them out at that price or sell their own shares at that same price. Around year 6, Grant started pushing for aggressive expansion. He wanted to take on significant debt to fund rapid growth, hire a large sales team, and pursue enterprise-level clients. I was more conservative, preferring steady organic growth and maintaining our profitability. We had fundamental disagreements about the company's direction. These disagreements became increasingly heated. Grant accused me of being too cautious and holding the company back from its potential. I told Grant he was being reckless and that aggressive debt-funded expansion could destroy what we'd built. Our partnership, which had been based on mutual respect and friendship, became contentious and hostile. Then, about 2 years ago, Grant did something that changed everything. He approached a private equity firm without my knowledge and negotiated a potential investment deal. The deal would bring in $5 million in capital in exchange for 60% of the company, effectively diluting both Grant's and my ownership to 20% each and giving the PE firm control. Grant presented this as a done deal at a board meeting, which was just the two of us as equal partners. He said he'd already signed a letter of intent with the PE firm and that I needed to agree to the deal or he'd find another way forward. I was blindsided. Grant had negotiated away control of our company without consulting me, in direct violation of our partnership agreement requiring unanimous consent for major decisions. I refused to agree to the deal. Grant became angry and threatened to invoke the shotgun clause. He said he'd offer to buy my shares for $2 million, well below market value considering the company was generating $3 million in revenue and had strong growth trajectory. If I refused to sell at that price, I'd be required to buy him out for $2 million, which he knew I couldn't afford without taking on substantial personal debt. Grant thought he'd created a situation where I'd be forced to either accept his lowball buyout price or let him pursue the PE deal without me. But he'd made several critical mistakes that I would eventually exploit. First, Grant had violated our partnership agreement by negotiating the PE deal without my consent. Second, his letter of intent with the PE firm required both partners' signatures to move forward, and he'd forged my signature on preliminary documents to convince the PE firm the deal was agreed upon. Third, he'd used company funds, which required unanimous approval for non-operational expenses, to pay legal fees for his buyout strategy. I immediately hired an attorney, and we reviewed all of Grant's actions over the previous 6 months. What we discovered was extensive self-dealing and partnership agreement violations. Grant had been positioning himself to force me out while enriching himself, and he'd broken numerous terms of our partnership agreement in the process. I had 3 options: accept Grant's lowball buyout offer and walk away from the company I'd built, try to buy Grant out for $2 million, which would require me taking on personal debt and risking my financial security, or use Grant's violations to invalidate his actions and potentially force him out instead. I chose a 4th option that was more aggressive than any of these. I filed a lawsuit against Grant for breach of fiduciary duty, fraud for forging my signature, and violation of our partnership agreement. I simultaneously filed an emergency injunction to prevent Grant from executing the PE deal or invoking the shotgun clause while litigation was pending. The court granted my injunction, freezing any major business decisions until the lawsuit was resolved. This put the PE deal in limbo. The private equity firm couldn't proceed without both partners' legitimate agreement, and they started getting nervous about the litigation. But I didn't stop there. I began documenting every instance where Grant had violated our partnership agreement or his fiduciary duties. I discovered he'd been paying himself unauthorized bonuses, had used company credit cards for personal expenses, totaling over $60,000, and had been steering lucrative contracts to a side consulting business he'd started without telling me, essentially competing with our own company. I amended my lawsuit to include these additional violations and filed a claim for damages, equaling Grant's unauthorized compensation, plus the profits from contracts he'd diverted to his side business. I was seeking approximately $400,000 in damages, plus legal fees. The litigation took 18 months and was brutal. Grant hired expensive attorneys and fought aggressively, but the evidence of his violations was overwhelming. The court found Grant had indeed breached his fiduciary duties, had violated our partnership agreement multiple times, and had engaged in self-dealing that damaged the company. The court's ruling was comprehensive. Grant's attempt to invoke the shotgun clause was invalidated due to his partnership agreement violations. The PE deal letter of intent was declared void due to fraud, the forged signature. Grant was ordered to pay me $400,000 in damages, plus $175,000 in my legal fees. The court also offered me the option to either dissolve the partnership and split assets, or buy out Grant's shares at a court-determined fair market value. I chose to buy out Grant's shares. The court valued the company at $6 million based on our revenue, assets, and market position. Grant's 50% stake was worth $3 million, but the court reduced this by the $575,000 Grant owed me in damages and fees, meaning I needed to pay Grant $2.425 million for his shares. I'd been preparing for this outcome. During the 18 months of litigation, I'd kept the company running and profitable, while Grant was distracted by the lawsuit. I'd also been quietly negotiating with a different, more reputable private equity firm about a minority investment that would give me capital to buy out Grant, while maintaining my control of the company. I secured a $3 million investment from this PE firm in exchange for 25% of the company, structured to give me complete operational control. I used $2.425 million of that investment to buy out Grant's shares as the court ordered, paid off our outstanding legal bills, and kept the remainder as working capital. Grant received his $2.425 million payout, but his financial situation was actually dire. He'd spent approximately $225,000 on legal fees during our lawsuit, my fees of $175,000 plus his own. He'd also personally guaranteed a $150,000 loan he'd taken out during the litigation to fund his legal defense and living expenses while the company's distributions were frozen. He owed back taxes of approximately $80,000 because he'd been spending rather than saving for tax obligations. After paying his legal debts and taxes, Grant was left with roughly $1.97 million, less than the $2 million he'd originally offered to buy me out for. And because he'd lost the lawsuit and had been found to have violated his fiduciary duties, his professional reputation in our industry was severely damaged. The side consulting business he'd been running was investigated by the court and found to have violated non-compete provisions of our partnership agreement, resulting in additional penalties. Grant had to shut down his consulting business and was contractually barred from competing in our industry for 3 years per the court's ruling. His $1.97 million payout was his only significant asset, and he had no viable way to earn income in his area of expertise for 3 years due to the non-compete. Meanwhile, I now owned 75% of a company valued at $6 million, with the PE firm owning 25%, maintained full operational control, and had successfully defended against Grant's attempt to force me out. The company continued to grow without Grant's involvement, but Grant's situation deteriorated rapidly. Without income and facing limited job prospects due to his damaged reputation and non-compete restrictions, Grant struggled financially. He'd been living expensively and hadn't saved adequately. Within a year of receiving his $2.425 million payout, Grant had burned through most of it on living expenses, bad investments, and continued legal fees from unrelated disputes. About 6 months ago, I learned that Grant had filed for bankruptcy. The combination of poor financial management, no income stream, ongoing expenses, and some risky investments that failed had left him insolvent. The $2.425 million that should have been a comfortable retirement fund or startup capital for a new venture was gone, and Grant was now facing bankruptcy proceedings. The response from people who know our story has been intensely divided. Some business associates think I was brilliant and justified. Grant tried to force me out through deception and partnership agreement violations, and I outmaneuvered him using legitimate legal strategies. They say Grant's bankruptcy is a result of his own poor decisions, not my actions. Others think I was vindictive and went too far. They argue that while Grant made mistakes, I could have handled the situation more amicably. They say I deliberately structured the buyout and used litigation strategies designed to leave Grant financially vulnerable, then watched him collapse into bankruptcy without remorse. Grant's family has been particularly vocal. His wife has called me cruel and said I destroyed their family because Grant made business mistakes. She claims I should have accepted a reasonable buyout instead of pursuing litigation that left Grant with damaged reputation, limited career options, and eventually, bankruptcy. Some mutual friends from business school have stopped speaking to me, saying I took a business dispute and turned it into personal destruction. They argue that even if Grant violated the partnership agreement, I didn't have to pursue every possible legal remedy, and could have negotiated a settlement that left both of us in reasonable positions. My family and closest friends support my decisions. They point out that Grant tried to force me out of my own company through deception, violated our partnership agreement repeatedly, and forged my signature. They say I defended myself using legitimate legal means, and that Grant's subsequent bankruptcy is a result of his own poor financial management, not my actions. My attorneys believe I handled everything appropriately and within legal bounds. They note that I didn't pursue malicious strategies. I simply held Grant accountable for documented violations and negotiated a fair buyout at court-determined valuation. Grant's financial collapse afterward was due to his own spending and investment decisions. Here's what keeps me up at night. Did I go too far? Grant tried to cheat me out of my company, violated our agreement, and forged my signature. He deserved consequences. But did those consequences need to include litigation strategies that left him with diminished career prospects and ultimately led to his bankruptcy? Could I have negotiated a settlement earlier that bought out Grant at a fair price without the extended litigation and reputation damage? Would that have been more ethical, even if it meant not holding him fully accountable for his violations? So Reddit, AITA for using aggressive legal strategies to defend against my business partner's attempted forced buyout, resulting in his eventual bankruptcy, even though some say I deliberately destroyed him when negotiation was possible. AITA for evicting my brother's family after discovering they sabotaged me. Homeless. That's where my younger brother, Kevin, 31 male, and his family will be in 30 days because of a decision I, 35 male, made 2 weeks ago, and I'm being called heartless by everyone who knows our story. But they don't know everything, and I need outside perspective on whether I'm justified or if I've gone too far in my anger. 3 years ago, Kevin lost his job during corporate downsizing. He, his wife, Ashley, 29 female, and their 2 kids, ages 5 and 7, were struggling financially and facing eviction from their apartment. Kevin called me desperate, explaining they had nowhere to go and asking if they could stay with me, temporarily, while he got back on his feet. He promised it would only be a few months, 6 at most, until he found new employment and could afford to move out. I own a 4-bedroom house that I'd bought 5 years earlier as a fixer-upper investment. I live alone and had been slowly renovating the property myself, so I had extra space. I agreed to let Kevin's family stay rent-free in 2 of the bedrooms while they figured things out. I told Kevin I'd cover utilities and wouldn't charge rent for the first 6 months, but after that, I'd need them to contribute or have a concrete move-out timeline. The arrangement started reasonably well. Kevin seemed motivated to find work, and Ashley helped with household chores to contribute. The kids were young and sometimes noisy, but I didn't mind too much. I figured I was helping family through a rough patch, which felt like the right thing to do. But 6 months came and went with Kevin still unemployed. He said the job market was brutal, and he was applying everywhere but couldn't land anything. I extended the rent-free arrangement another 6 months, though I was starting to feel strained financially. Having 4 extra people in the house meant significantly higher utility bills, more wear and tear, and less space for my renovation projects. I was also covering extra groceries, since Ashley claimed their food stamps weren't enough. After a full year, I sat Kevin down and said I needed them to either start paying at least partial rent or give me a concrete move-out date. Kevin became defensive, saying I was being unsupportive and kicking them when they're down. Ashley cried and said I was essentially trying to make their children homeless. They made me feel guilty for even bringing up money when they were trying their best. I backed down and agreed to another 6 months rent-free, but I made it clear that was the absolute limit. Kevin promised he'd be working by then, and they'd move out. Around this time, I was also applying for a major promotion at my job, a director-level position that would nearly double my salary. I'd been working toward this promotion for 3 years, and was one of the final 2 candidates. I didn't get the promotion. HR told me the position went to the other candidate, and they couldn't share specific reasons, but they encouraged me to apply again when similar positions opened. I was disappointed, but tried to stay positive. Meanwhile, Kevin's unemployment stretched into the 2nd year. He claimed he was applying to jobs constantly, but never got callbacks. I noticed he seemed to spend a lot of time playing video games and watching TV rather than actively job hunting, but whenever I'd mention this, Ashley would defend him and say I didn't understand how demoralizing unemployment was. I started feeling resentful. I was working full-time, covering all expenses for 5 people, maintaining the house, and dealing with the noise and lack of privacy that came with having Kevin's family there. My own life was on hold. I couldn't date because I had no privacy, couldn't start renovation projects because the house was too crowded, and couldn't afford to do much socially because I was supporting 5 people on 1 salary. 2 months ago, Kevin had been living with me for nearly 2.5 years, far beyond the temporary arrangement we'd agreed to. I told him firmly that they needed to move out within 90 days, regardless of his employment situation. I offered to help with first month's rent and deposit on a smaller apartment, but I said I couldn't continue this arrangement indefinitely. I'd put my life on hold long enough and needed my house back. Kevin and Ashley were furious. They said I was being selfish and cruel, and that family doesn't give up on family. Ashley said moving would disrupt the kids' schooling and stability. Kevin said I was choosing material comfort over my own nephew and niece's welfare. They refused to discuss move-out plans and said they wouldn't leave until Kevin found a decent job. I decided I needed to start formal eviction proceedings, which made me feel terrible, but seemed necessary since they refused to leave voluntarily. Before filing the paperwork, I wanted to understand why Kevin's job search had been so unsuccessful for 2.5 years. It seemed statistically improbable that he couldn't land anything in that time. I logged onto Kevin's laptop while he was out. He'd left it open on my kitchen table to see what kinds of jobs he'd been applying for. What I found was shocking and enraging. Kevin had barely applied to any jobs in the past year. His job search was essentially fabricated. He'd been lying to me about his efforts while comfortably living rent-free in my house. But that wasn't the worst part. I found emails that revealed something far more damaging. Remember the promotion I'd been passed over for? Kevin had sabotaged it. I found messages between Kevin and someone at my company, a guy named Derek, who apparently went to college with Kevin. In these messages, Kevin had asked Derek to put in a bad word for me regarding the promotion. Derek worked in a different department, but apparently had some connection to the hiring committee. Kevin had told Derek I was unreliable, had substance abuse issues, and was going through personal problems that made me unsuitable for a leadership role. Derek had apparently shared these concerns with someone on the hiring committee, and these false allegations had likely cost me the promotion. Why would Kevin do this? The emails made it clear. Kevin didn't want me getting promoted because a higher salary might make me less willing to let him continue living rent-free. He explicitly wrote to Derek, "If he gets that promotion, he'll probably want us out so he can enjoy his bigger salary. I need to make sure he stays at his current level for a while longer until I figure things out." Kevin had deliberately sabotaged my career advancement to ensure I'd continue supporting him and his family. He damaged my professional reputation with false allegations of substance abuse and personal problems. He'd cost me a promotion I'd worked 3 years toward, all to maintain his comfortable rent-free living situation. I was beyond furious. I printed out all the emails and confronted Kevin that evening when he got home. I told him I'd found everything: the fabricated job search, the deliberate sabotage of my promotion, all of it. Kevin initially tried to deny it, then minimize it as just trying to buy more time, then finally got angry and said I should be more understanding of his desperation. Ashley jumped to Kevin's defense, saying he'd made mistakes out of fear and panic, but that kicking them out over it was disproportionate. She said Kevin had been terrified of making his children homeless and had made poor choices, but his intentions had been about protecting his family. She argued that yes, Kevin was wrong to sabotage my promotion, but that my reaction, evicting them, was way worse because it would actually make children homeless. I gave them 30 days to move out, not 90 days, not negotiable. I said Kevin's betrayal had destroyed any obligation I felt to continue housing them, and that sabotaging my career to maintain his free ride was unforgivable. I filed formal eviction paperwork the next morning to make the timeline legally enforceable. Kevin and Ashley have spent the past 2 weeks trying to change my mind. They've had family members call me saying I can't put children on the street over workplace gossip. My parents have been particularly harsh, saying that yes, Kevin was wrong, but family doesn't abandon family over mistakes, and that I'm choosing pride over my nephew and niece's well-being. Extended family has weighed in on both sides. My aunt thinks I'm justified because Kevin didn't just lie. He actively sabotaged my career for his own benefit. My uncle thinks I should give them at least 90 days and help with moving costs because the kids are innocent and shouldn't suffer. My cousin said both Kevin and I are wrong. Kevin for the sabotage, me for the vindictive timeline. Some friends support my decision completely. They point out Kevin has been using me for nearly 3 years, lied repeatedly about job searching, and then deliberately damaged my career to maintain his free ride. They say I have no obligation to continue housing someone who betrayed me so profoundly, regardless of whether children are involved. Other friends think 30 days is too harsh. They agree Kevin's behavior was terrible, but argue that children's housing stability should override my anger at their father. They've suggested I give them more time to find housing, or at least help financially with moving costs and first month's rent to ensure the kids aren't negatively impacted. My parents have been the most forceful opposition. They've said that if I go through with evicting Kevin's family in 30 days, they'll never forgive me, and I'll be choosing resentment over family bonds. They've offered to let Kevin's family stay with them temporarily, but their house is small, and they've made it clear they see that as a short-term emergency option only, not a real solution. Kevin himself has alternated between apologizing and being angry. He said he's truly sorry for sabotaging my promotion, but that he was desperate and scared. He's also said I'm being vindictive and disproportionate, and that I'm punishing children for their father's mistakes. He's claimed he'll be homeless with his family if I don't extend the timeline. Ashley has focused entirely on the children's welfare, saying I'm demonstrating to my niece and nephew that family love is conditional and that Uncle doesn't care if they're homeless. She's posted vague social media messages about betrayal by people you trust, that our mutual friends understand are about me. Here's what keeps me up at night. Kevin did betray me profoundly. He sabotaged my career, lied for years about job searching, and used me, without remorse, while actively working to keep me from advancing professionally so I'd continue supporting him. That's not forgivable, and I genuinely want him out of my house immediately. But I also know that in 30 days, Kevin, Ashley, and 2 young children will likely be in a shelter, or homeless if they can't secure housing. The kids didn't choose their father's actions. They're innocent, and they'll suffer significantly from this eviction timeline. Is my justified anger at Kevin worth causing that suffering? Or am I using the standard 30-day eviction timeline as cover for what's actually revenge? If I extend the timeline to 90 days and help with moving costs, am I just enabling Kevin further and showing him there are no real consequences for betrayal? Or am I being the bigger person and protecting innocent children from homelessness while still maintaining boundaries? I genuinely don't know the right answer. So Reddit, AITA for evicting my brother's family with 30 days notice after discovering he sabotaged my promotion to keep me financially supporting them. even though his children might end up homeless. AITA for exposing my best friend's lies after she stole my identity online. Identity. That single word has consumed my entire life for the past 8 months. And now my former best friend, Hannah, 27-year female, is facing criminal charges because of decisions I, 28-year female, made. Half our social circle thinks I'm justified. The other half thinks I destroyed Hannah's life over internet drama. And I honestly can't tell anymore if my actions were proportionate or if I went nuclear out of anger and betrayal. Hannah and I met in college and became inseparable. We were roommates for 3 years, bridesmaids in each other's weddings, and the kind of friends who talked daily and shared everything. After college, Hannah struggled to find her path. She changed jobs frequently, her marriage was rocky, and she seemed perpetually dissatisfied while I'd built a successful career as a freelance graphic designer and social media consultant. About 2 years ago, I started building my professional online presence more seriously. I created accounts on Instagram, Twitter, and TikTok, where I shared design tutorials, client success stories, and industry insights. My following grew slowly but steadily. Within 18 months, I had about 50,000 followers across platforms and was starting to land brand partnerships and speaking opportunities at design conferences. My online presence was becoming a significant income stream. I was earning about $3,000 monthly from sponsored posts, affiliate marketing, and digital product sales on top of my freelance income. More importantly, it was leading to high-value clients and professional opportunities. Companies would find me through social media and hire me for projects worth $10,000 to $20,000 because they liked my aesthetic and approach. Hannah seemed happy for my success initially, always commenting positively on my posts and sharing my content. But looking back now, I can see signs of resentment. She'd make comments about how lucky I was or how easy social media success must be. When I'd explain the hours of work behind each post, she'd dismiss it. Yeah, but you're just posting pictures online. It's not real work like my job. Then about 8 months ago, I started noticing something strange. People would message me saying they'd seen my content on other platforms, but when I'd check, I'd find nothing. Potential clients would reference conversations we'd supposedly had that I had no memory of. Several brand partnerships I'd been negotiating suddenly went silent after initial enthusiasm. I initially dismissed these incidents as confusion or misunderstandings. Then, a former colleague sent me a Facebook message. "Hey, I didn't know you had a second Instagram account. Someone showed me your other profile, and the content looks identical to your main one, but the username is different." I investigated and discovered what Hannah had been doing. She'd created duplicate accounts on multiple platforms using slight variations of my name and branding. She'd copied my profile photos, my bio, my entire aesthetic. She was reposting my content word for word, sometimes within hours of my original posts. She'd essentially created a fake version of me across multiple social media platforms. But it wasn't just copying my content. Hannah was actively pretending to be me. She was messaging my followers offering exclusive coaching sessions and collecting payments through PayPal. She was responding to brand partnership inquiries pretending to be me, sometimes agreeing to work for rates far below my standard pricing, which was damaging my market value. She was even using my portfolio work samples to pitch to potential clients, then attempting to either deliver subpar work or disappear with deposits. Over several weeks, I discovered the full scope of Hannah's operation. She'd created at least 7 fake accounts across different platforms, all impersonating me. She'd collected approximately $15,000 from people who thought they were paying me for services or products. She damaged relationships with several potential brand partners by agreeing to partnerships, taking advance payments, and then failing to deliver content. She'd even impersonated me in email exchanges with a conference organizer, agreeing to speak for free when I would have normally commanded a $5,000 speaking fee. The damage to my reputation, was extensive. Brands that had been interested in partnerships now saw me as unreliable because I had agreed to terms and then disappeared. Followers felt scammed because they'd paid for services that were never delivered. Potential clients questioned my professionalism because of the inconsistent communication and pricing they'd received from Hannah pretending to be me. I confronted Hannah privately first, showing her screenshots of the fake accounts and the evidence that she was behind them. I expected denial, but Hannah actually admitted it immediately. She said she'd been inspired by my success and thought she could build something similar by borrowing my brand temporarily. When I pointed out she wasn't building her own brand but actively stealing mine and defrauding people, Hannah got defensive. She said she'd been struggling financially and saw an opportunity to make money using my proven system. She claimed she'd planned to eventually tell me and work out a partnership where we'd share the profits. I told Hannah she needed to immediately shut down all the fake accounts, contact everyone who'd paid her, and issue full refunds, and send written apologies to any brands or clients she'd misrepresented me to. Hannah said she couldn't afford to refund the money because she'd already spent it, and that I was overreacting since nobody really got hurt. That's when I realized Hannah didn't understand the severity of what she'd done. She saw this as creative borrowing or flattering imitation, not identity theft and fraud. She'd stolen my professional identity, damaged my reputation, scammed people out of money, and felt entitled to keep doing it because she needed the income. I told Hannah I was giving her 1 week to fix everything. Shut down accounts, refund money, send apologies, or I'd report her to the police and the platform companies. Hannah laughed and said I was being dramatic, and that you can't report someone to police over social media stuff. After a week with no action from Hannah, I filed a police report for identity theft, fraud, and wire fraud, since she'd collected payments online. I also filed formal complaints with every social media platform where she'd impersonated me. I provided extensive documentation, screenshots, payment records, messages from scammed customers, everything. I also hired an attorney and sent Hannah a cease and desist letter demanding she immediately stop all impersonation, refund all money collected, and pay me damages for lost business opportunities and reputation harm. The letter stated that I'd pursue civil litigation if she didn't comply. The platforms responded quickly, shutting down Hannah's fake accounts within 48 hours. The police investigation took longer, but detectives eventually charged Hannah with multiple counts of identity theft, wire fraud, and theft by deception. The amounts she'd collected pushed the charges into felony territory. Hannah was arrested at her job, which was humiliating and resulted in her losing that employment. Her husband apparently had no idea what she'd been doing and was shocked by the charges. Hannah retained a criminal defense attorney who tried to negotiate with prosecutors, but the evidence was overwhelming, and the dollar amounts were significant enough that the DA wasn't interested in just dropping charges. Hannah pled guilty to reduced charges to avoid trial and received a sentence of 2 years probation, 300 hours of community service, restitution of $15,000 to her victims, and a permanent ban from using social media for commercial purposes as a condition of probation. She now has a felony conviction on her record. The fallout in our social circle has been catastrophic and divided. Hannah's supporters, mostly people who've known her longer or who are closer to her than to me, think I destroyed her life over stupid internet stuff. They argue that yes, Hannah made mistakes, but calling the police was extreme and vindictive. They say I could have handled this privately, worked out a repayment plan, and moved on without giving Hannah a criminal record that will follow her forever. They've pointed out that Hannah is now struggling to find employment with a felony conviction. Her marriage is under severe strain, and she's deeply in debt from legal fees and restitution payments. They say I essentially ruined Hannah's entire life because she copied some social media posts and made some money using my brand. They frame it as disproportionate revenge for relatively minor offenses. Hannah's husband has been particularly vocal, saying I destroyed their family because Hannah made a stupid mistake she would have fixed if given more time. He's claimed I rushed to police involvement because I wanted revenge, not justice, and that I should have given Hannah more chances to make things right privately. Several mutual friends have stopped speaking to me, saying they can't trust someone who'd send their best friend to jail over Instagram. They argue that real friends work things out privately, and that involving law enforcement over social media disputes is extreme and unnecessary. They've suggested I was more concerned with my brand and income than with a 2-decade friendship. On the other side, many people support my decision completely. They point out Hannah didn't just copy content. She committed systematic identity theft and fraud, scammed real people out of money, and damaged my professional reputation. They argue she'd collected $15,000 fraudulently and had no intention of stopping until forced to by legal action. My attorney strongly supports how I handled it, saying Hannah's actions weren't internet drama, but serious crimes that would have continued and escalated without intervention. She points out that Hannah only faced consequences because she committed actual crimes, not because I was vindictive. Several of the people Hannah scammed have thanked me for reporting her, saying they felt victimized and helpless until I took action. They recovered at least some of their money through restitution, which wouldn't have happened if I'd kept it private. One woman said Hannah had taken $800 from her for a coaching program that never materialized, and that money represented most of her savings. She's grateful Hannah faced consequences. My professional contacts think I did the right thing. Several people in my industry have said that not reporting Hannah would have made me complicit and would have allowed her to continue scamming others using my identity. They argue my professional reputation required taking strong action. My family is split. My parents think I should have tried harder to resolve it privately before involving police, arguing that Hannah and I had been friends for so long that the friendship should have warranted more patience. My sister fully supports me, saying Hannah committed serious crimes and deserved every consequence. Here's what keeps me conflicted. Hannah did commit real crimes. She stole my professional identity, defrauded people, damaged my reputation, and collected $15,000 fraudulently. She showed no remorse until facing consequences and had no intention of stopping or making things right. Those aren't minor infractions that friends should just work out privately. They're serious criminal acts. But I also know that my actions led directly to Hannah having a felony conviction that will impact her life forever. She lost her job. Her marriage is struggling, and she's facing years of financial hardship from legal fees and restitution. Her children, she has 2 young kids, are affected by their mother's criminal record and financial struggles. Did she deserve criminal prosecution? Legally, yes, she committed crimes. But did our 20-year friendship warrant giving her more than 1 week to fix things before I filed police reports? Should I have tried civil remedies first before pursuing criminal charges? Was I motivated by justice or by anger at being betrayed? I've also wondered if there was racial or class bias in how I approached this. Hannah is black and from a working-class background, while I'm white and relatively privileged. Did I feel comfortable calling police on her because of those dynamics? Would I have been as quick to involve law enforcement if she'd been white, or if she'd had more resources? I can't honestly say. So Reddit, AITA for reporting my best friend to police for identity theft after she created fake accounts impersonating me and scammed people out of $15,000, even though she now has a felony record and her life is essentially destroyed. AITA for exposing my father's affair at his retirement party. Retirement. That's the milestone my father, Richard, 64-year-old male, was celebrating when I, 28-year-old female, made a decision that destroyed his reputation and fractured our entire family. 3 months later, I'm still grappling with whether I was justified in exposing his decades-long betrayal, or if I'm a vindictive person who ruined an innocent celebration out of rage and spite. To understand my actions, I need to explain my family history. My mother, Catherine, died 6 years ago from ovarian cancer after a brutal 2-year battle. She was 56 years old, too young, too vibrant, too wonderful to die. Watching her decline and eventually lose her fight was the most traumatic experience of my life. My father was supposedly devastated, playing the role of devoted husband, caring for his dying wife. After my mother's death, my father threw himself into work and eventually started dating again, which I supported, even though it was emotionally difficult. About 3 years ago, he began a serious relationship with a woman named Diane, 52-year-old female. They met at his company, where she worked in a different department. Diane seemed nice enough, though I never felt particularly close to her. My father and Diane got engaged about 18 months ago, and they planned to marry after his retirement. The retirement party was scheduled as a major celebration. My father had worked for the same engineering firm for 38 years and was a respected senior partner. The company was hosting a formal dinner with over 200 attendees, including colleagues, clients, friends, and family. I was helping organize the retirement party with my father's assistant, Paula, who'd worked with him for 15 years. Paula was compiling photos for a slideshow presentation, the typical career retrospective showing my father's professional journey, major projects, company milestones, and personal life highlights. While going through old files to find professional photos, Paula discovered something that changed everything. In a folder labeled Personal 2008 on my father's office computer, she found hundreds of emails and photos documenting a long-term affair my father had been having with Diane. But this wasn't a recent affair that had started after my mother's death. The emails dated back 12 years, meaning my father had been involved with Diane for 6 years before my mother was even diagnosed with cancer, throughout her entire illness, and continuing after her death. My father hadn't met Diane after becoming a widower, as he'd claimed. He'd been having an affair with her for over a decade. Paula was horrified and didn't know what to do with this information. She felt loyal to my father as an employee, but also felt I deserved to know the truth about the timeline. She showed me the evidence, emails where my father and Diane discussed their affair, made plans for secret meetings, and even discussed what would happen if my mother ever found out. The most devastating emails were from the period when my mother was dying. My father had been exchanging messages with Diane, complaining about having to care for my mother, discussing how much longer my mother's treatment might take, and making plans for their future together once my mother was gone. He'd been with Diane the evening before one of my mother's major surgeries, not because of work, as he'd told us, but meeting his mistress. I was shattered. My father had lied about the entire timeline of his relationship with Diane. He'd been cheating on my mother for years before her cancer diagnosis and throughout her illness. He'd essentially been waiting for my mother to die so he could be with Diane openly. Every memory of him caring devotedly for my mother during her cancer treatment was now tainted with the knowledge he'd been sleeping with Diane and counting down the days until he could stop pretending. I spent a week processing this information and debating what to do. Part of me wanted to confront my father privately and demand the truth. Part of me wanted to simply cut off contact without explanation. But another part of me, the angry, grieving daughter part, wanted everyone who'd been praising my father as a devoted husband to know the truth about who he really was. The retirement party was approaching, and Paula had already compiled most of the slideshow presentation. It included many photos of my father with my mother, presenting them as a loving couple throughout their marriage. There were photos from the period when my father was actively having an affair, showing him smiling with my mother at family events while he was secretly meeting Diane. I made a decision that I knew would be destructive, but felt necessary. I asked Paula to give me access to the slideshow presentation. She was reluctant but understood my rage and ultimately gave me the file with the password to edit it. I modified the slideshow significantly. I kept all the professional content, my father's career achievements, major projects, company milestones. But I altered the personal section. Instead of just showing happy family photos, I interspersed them with screenshots of my father's emails to Diane, time-stamped to show they corresponded with the family photos being displayed. For example, a photo of my father and mother at my college graduation in 2015 was followed by an email from that same week where my father told Diane he couldn't wait to be done with the graduation obligations so he could finally spend real time with her. A photo of my father with my mother during her cancer treatment was followed by an email where he complained to Diane about how exhausting it was to keep up the devoted husband act. The slideshow I created told the real story of my father's life, not the sanitized version of a devoted family man, but the truth about someone who'd betrayed his dying wife while playing the role of caring husband. I didn't tell anyone I'd modified the slideshow. Paula assumed I'd decided not to interfere. The retirement party proceeded as planned. Formal dinner, speeches from colleagues praising my father's professionalism and character, and finally, the slideshow presentation. The first half of the slideshow went normally. Career highlights, professional achievements, nothing controversial. Then came the personal section. The room of 200 people watched as the slideshow revealed my father's affair, complete with time-stamped emails showing he'd been cheating throughout my mother's illness. The reaction was immediate shock and chaos. Diane, who was attending as my father's fiancée, stood up and left the room crying. My father initially seemed confused, then realized what was happening and tried to stop the presentation. But the AV tech didn't understand what was wrong, and the slideshow continued for several more devastating minutes. Colleagues who'd been praising my father's character moments earlier were watching evidence of his betrayal displayed on a massive screen. The emails were explicit enough that everyone understood exactly what they were seeing. This wasn't innocent friendship, but a long-term affair conducted while his wife was dying. My father found me in the crowd, and the look on his face was pure rage and humiliation. He knew immediately I was responsible. He didn't say anything in that moment. He was too busy trying to manage the catastrophic situation. But he didn't need to. We both knew what had just happened. The party effectively ended after the slideshow. People left quickly, unsure how to react or what to say. My father's colleagues, who'd been preparing to give speeches about his integrity and character, instead quietly departed. The celebration that was supposed to honor his 38-year career became about his exposure as an adulterer. My father called me the next morning, and we had a devastating conversation. He screamed that I'd humiliated him publicly and destroyed his reputation over something that was none of my business. He said his relationship with my mother was complicated, and I didn't understand their marriage. He claimed my mother had probably known or suspected about Diane and had made peace with it before she died. I told him he'd lied about the entire timeline of his relationship with Diane, had betrayed my dying mother, and had let me believe he was a devoted husband when he'd actually been counting down the days until he could stop pretending. I said he deserved to have his reputation destroyed because his reputation was based on lies. My father said that even if he'd made mistakes in his marriage, I had no right to publicly humiliate him at his retirement party in front of 200 colleagues, clients, and friends. He said I'd acted out of spite and revenge rather than justice, and that I'd destroyed relationships he'd built over decades because I was angry about his private, personal choices. The fallout has been extensive and complicated. Diane broke off their engagement immediately after seeing the emails displayed publicly. She'd apparently believed my father's story about meeting her after my mother's death, and learning the affair had been going on for years, including throughout my mother's cancer treatment, was too much for her to continue the relationship. My father's professional reputation has been severely damaged. While the affair itself wasn't a workplace ethics violation, many colleagues lost respect for him after seeing evidence of his behavior. Several long-time business relationships became strained. His planned retirement celebrations with various professional groups were quietly canceled. Extended family has been divided and vocal about my actions. My mother's sister, my aunt, supports what I did completely. She'd always suspected something wasn't right about my father's relationship with Diane and the timeline he'd presented. She thinks my father deserved to be exposed and that people who'd been praising his character deserved to know the truth. My mother's parents, my grandparents, are more conflicted. They're devastated to learn my father had been betraying their daughter during her illness, but they also think I handled it poorly. They believe I should have confronted my father privately, rather than destroying his retirement celebration publicly. They worry I'll regret the permanent damage I've caused to family relationships. My father's family is uniformly angry with me. His brother called me vindictive and said I'd destroyed my father's reputation over personal matters that should have stayed private. His sister said that whatever my father did in his marriage, I had no right to humiliate him publicly at a professional event. Several of my father's colleagues have reached out to me with mixed reactions. Some are sympathetic, saying they'd want to know if they'd been praising someone's character who'd actually been betraying his dying wife. Others think I weaponized private information inappropriately, and that my father's personal life shouldn't have been exposed at a professional event. Friends are split on whether my actions were justified. Some think my father deserved exposure for his betrayal, and that people who'd been celebrating his integrity deserved to know the truth. Others think I went too far by creating a public spectacle rather than confronting him privately. My therapist has asked me to examine whether I was motivated by justice or revenge. Would I have exposed my father's affair if it had been a brief indiscretion rather than a decade-long betrayal? Would I have chosen a different method if my goal was truly about truth rather than humiliation? Did I deliberately choose the most public, devastating moment because I wanted maximum damage? The honest answer is that I wanted both truth and revenge. I wanted people to know who my father really was, but I also wanted him to experience public humiliation proportionate to the private betrayal he'd committed. I wanted to destroy the false image of devoted husband he'd cultivated, but I also wanted to hurt him the way he'd hurt my mother and me. I've also questioned whether I had the right to make this decision. The affair was between my father and my mother. Was it my place to expose it after my mother's death? Would my mother have wanted me to keep her husband's betrayal private to preserve family relationships? Or would she have wanted the truth to be known? My father has said he'll never forgive me and considers our relationship permanently destroyed. He's told family members I'm dead to him and that he has no daughter. This finality is painful, despite my anger. I've lost whatever relationship we might have had, and I chose that outcome deliberately. So Reddit, AITA for exposing my father's decade-long affair with his current fiancée during his retirement party by modifying the slideshow to include time-stamped emails showing he'd betrayed my dying mother, even though it destroyed his reputation and our relationship forever. AITA for exposing my brother's fake charity and getting him arrested. Brother. That's what I, 32-year-old male, called Jason, 35-year-old male, my entire life until 6 months ago when I discovered he'd been running an elaborate charity fraud scheme that had scammed dozens of people, including our elderly relatives and dying mother. Now I call him an inmate, and half my family thinks I'm the villain for turning him in. Here's the full story. Jason always had charisma and a gift for persuasion. He'd been through various failed business ventures and get-rich-quick schemes throughout his 20s and early 30s, always managing to charm his way out of consequences. Our parents had bailed him out financially multiple times, and I'd even loaned him $15,000 3 years ago that he never repaid. 2 years ago, our mother was diagnosed with terminal pancreatic cancer. It was devastating for our family. Mom had maybe 12 to 18 months left, and we were all trying to make her remaining time meaningful. That's when Jason announced he was starting a charity called Hope for Tomorrow Foundation to fund experimental cancer treatments for patients who couldn't afford them. Jason told the family he'd been inspired by Mom's diagnosis and wanted to turn tragedy into purpose by helping other families access cutting-edge treatments. He registered the charity, created a professional website, and even held fundraising events. He shared stories of cancer patients he claimed to be helping, complete with photos and testimonials. Jason seemed to have finally found his calling, and Mom was incredibly proud of him for turning his life around. Our family and community rallied behind Hope for Tomorrow. Jason held charity galas, silent auctions, and online fundraising campaigns. He was featured in local newspapers as a devoted son fighting cancer through philanthropy. He even spoke at our mother's church about faith, hope, and giving back. Money poured in. Tens of thousands of dollars from people who believed they were helping cancer patients access life-saving treatments. I'll admit, I was proud of Jason too. He seemed genuinely changed by Mom's illness, more mature and purposeful. He'd show us the charity's website with updates about patients who were receiving treatments. He'd share thank you notes supposedly written by grateful families. He even convinced several of our elderly aunts and uncles to make substantial donations, with one uncle contributing $25,000 from his retirement savings. Mom died 11 months ago. It was peaceful. She was surrounded by family and kept telling Jason how proud she was that he'd created something meaningful from her suffering. Jason gave a moving eulogy about how Mom's legacy would live on through the patients he was helping. We were all in tears. Even I had to admit Jason had genuinely honored Mom's memory. But 3 months after Mom's funeral, I started noticing inconsistencies. Jason had asked me to help with the charity's website updates, giving me admin access. While uploading content, I noticed the patient testimonials were stock photos from medical websites. The thank you letters were nearly identical in writing style, despite supposedly coming from different families. When I clicked through to the treatment facility that Jason claimed to be partnering with, I found their website made no mention of Hope for Tomorrow Foundation. I started digging deeper, and what I found made me sick. Jason's charity was completely fake. None of the money donated was going to cancer patients. There were no partnerships with treatment facilities. The patient stories were fabricated. The testimonials were plagiarized from real cancer charity websites. Every single dollar donated to Hope for Tomorrow had gone directly into Jason's personal accounts. I was horrified and conflicted. Jason had scammed hundreds of people, including our own grieving family members, using our dying mother as the emotional hook for his fraud. But he was still my brother, and exposing him would destroy what was left of our family, and would devastate the memory of how proud Mom had been of him in her final months. I confronted Jason privately, showing him the evidence I'd found. I expected denial or excuses, but Jason's response shocked me. He was angry that I'd been snooping in the charity's back-end systems. He said I wouldn't understand the complexities of running a nonprofit, and that I was jeopardizing important work by questioning his methods. When I pressed him about the fake patient stories and the fact that no money was actually going to cancer treatments, Jason's story changed. He claimed he'd been planning to help real patients eventually, but first needed to build up the charity's operational fund. He said the patient stories were composite characters, based on real cases, and that donors understood most of the money went to administrative costs initially. This was all obvious bullshit. I told Jason he needed to immediately shut down the charity, return whatever donations he could, and come clean to the family. Jason refused. He said if I tried to expose him, he'd tell everyone I was lying because I was jealous of the positive attention he'd received and that I was trying to destroy Mom's legacy out of spite. That threat made my decision easier. I wasn't going to let Jason continue scamming people using our dead mother's memory as bait. I compiled all the evidence, the fake patient profiles, the plagiarized testimonials, Jason's bank records showing charity funds going to personal expenses, everything, and I took it to the state attorney general's office. The AG's office investigated for about 6 weeks. They subpoenaed Jason's financial records and discovered he'd collected approximately $340,000 through Hope for Tomorrow Foundation over 2 years. Not a single dollar had gone to any cancer patient or treatment facility. Jason had spent the money on a luxury car, expensive vacations, designer clothes, gambling, and paying off personal debts. He'd committed systematic charity fraud on a substantial scale. Jason was arrested and charged with multiple felonies, including wire fraud, charity fraud, and theft by deception. The local media covered the story extensively, since Jason had been featured so prominently as a local philanthropist. The headlines were brutal. Local charity founder arrested for scamming cancer donors, and man used dying mother to fund fraud scheme. Our family was devastated. Jason's arrest happened about 5 months after Mom's death, so our grief was still raw. Now they had to process that Jason had been running an elaborate scam the entire time Mom was dying, and that he'd used her illness and their love for her to manipulate them into donating. My aunt, who donated $25,000 from her retirement savings, was financially devastated. Several of Mom's friends who donated in her memory felt betrayed and foolish. Our father, who divorced Mom years earlier but had donated to Jason's charity in her honor, was angry and humiliated. And here's where I apparently became the villain. Jason's wife, Angela, and several family members are furious with me for turning Jason in. Angela claims I destroyed her family because Jason is now facing 8 to 12 years in prison, and they have 2 young children. She says I should have handled this privately within the family instead of involving authorities. My father is also angry with me, saying I betrayed my brother and aired family business publicly, when I should have protected Jason and worked out a private restitution plan. He argues that yes, Jason did wrong, but I made it worse by bringing in law enforcement instead of giving Jason a chance to make things right quietly. Several of Mom's siblings have sided with Angela and Dad. They say I've destroyed what's left of the family, and that Mom would be heartbroken to know one son had turned in the other. They argue that, while Jason's fraud was wrong, my decision to involve authorities rather than handle it privately has caused far more harm. Jason's children will grow up with their father in prison. Angela is now a single mother facing financial ruin, and the family has been humiliated publicly. They also say I've tarnished Mom's memory by exposing Jason's fraud. Mom died believing Jason had created something beautiful in her honor. Now everyone knows that her pride in Jason's final months was based on an elaborate lie. Some family members argue I should have protected Mom's memory by keeping Jason's fraud private, even if it meant he continued the scam on a smaller scale. The other side of the family, including several cousins and Mom's best friend, believe I did the right thing. They argue that Jason's fraud was serious criminal behavior that victimized vulnerable people, cancer patients' families, elderly relatives, grieving friends of Mom's, and that he deserved to face legal consequences. They say handling it privately would have just allowed Jason to avoid accountability and potentially continue scamming people. The victims of Jason's fraud are universally supportive of my decision. My aunt, who lost $25,000, told me I did the right thing, even though it was Jason's brother who turned him in. Several of Mom's friends who donated have privately thanked me for exposing the fraud, saying they felt foolish but appreciated that Jason was being held accountable. Jason pled guilty to avoid trial and received a 7-year prison sentence. He was ordered to pay restitution of $340,000 plus penalties, though he has no assets and will likely never repay most victims. During his sentencing hearing, Jason's attorney argued that I was partially responsible for the harsh punishment because I'd vindictively turned in my own brother rather than allowing family mediation. Jason himself gave a statement saying he'd made mistakes, but that I'd betrayed family by involving law enforcement when I should have given him a chance to fix things privately. He claimed he'd planned to eventually return the money and make things right, and that I destroyed that possibility by immediately going to authorities. Angela has told extended family that she and the children have disowned me. Jason's kids, who are 6 and 8, have been told some version of "Uncle turned Daddy into police," and apparently now see me as the bad guy. Angela has posted on social media about family betrayal and how blood means nothing to some people, clearly referring to me. I'm genuinely conflicted about whether I did the right thing. Here are my competing thoughts. On one hand, Jason committed serious fraud. He scammed $340,000 from vulnerable people using our dying mother as emotional bait. He victimized our own elderly relatives, taking their retirement savings. He would have continued the scam indefinitely if I hadn't exposed him. He deserved legal consequences, and the victims deserve justice and a chance at restitution. On the other hand, I destroyed Jason's family. His children will grow up without their father for 7 years because I turned him in. Angela is now struggling financially and emotionally. I tarnished Mom's final proud moments by exposing that her son's meaningful charity work was actually fraud. I chose law enforcement over family loyalty. Could I have handled this differently? Should I have confronted Jason more firmly and given him an ultimatum to shut down the charity and return money privately before going to authorities? Would that have protected the family while still stopping Jason's fraud? Or would Jason have just continued scamming people while hiding it better? Some days, I think I did the only ethical thing possible. Other days, I wonder if I was too rigid, too quick to involve law enforcement, too willing to destroy my brother's life over money. Yes, fraud is wrong, but is turning in your own brother, knowing he'll go to prison and his children will suffer, the right response? Or should family loyalty have meant giving Jason a chance to make things right privately first? So Reddit. AITA for exposing my brother's fake cancer charity to authorities, getting him arrested and sentenced to 7 years in prison, even though it destroyed his family and tarnished our late mother's memory. AAIDA for getting my teacher fired after she humiliated me in front of the class. Teacher. That's the profession my high school English teacher, Mrs. Brennan, 48-year-old female, lost because of actions I, now 19-year-old female, took during my senior year, and the guilt versus vindication I feel has become the central moral struggle of my young adult life. Half the people who know the story call me brave for standing up to an abusive authority figure, while the other half says I destroyed a woman's career over teenage hurt feelings and that I should have been more forgiving. This story begins during my senior year of high school when I was 17. I'd always been a strong student, particularly in English and writing. I loved literature, wrote poetry and short stories in my free time, and had genuine passion for the subject. I was planning to major in creative writing in college and had dreams of becoming an author. Mrs. Brennan was my AP English literature teacher, and from the first week of class, something felt wrong between us. She seemed to take an instant dislike to me for reasons I couldn't understand. She'd call on me with a dismissive tone, critique my contributions to class discussions more harshly than other students, and grade my essays with what felt like unusual severity. I tried to dismiss this as paranoia or sensitivity on my part. Maybe I was imagining the differential treatment. Maybe my work genuinely wasn't as strong as I thought. But as the semester progressed, the pattern became more obvious to both me and my classmates. The real problem started in October during a creative writing assignment. We'd been asked to write a personal narrative essay about a significant life experience. I wrote about my older brother's struggle with addiction and how his recovery had affected our family. The essay was deeply personal, vulnerable, and something I'd put significant emotional energy into writing. When Mrs. Brennan returned the essays, mine was covered in red ink with harsh criticisms. But worse than the grade A C-, my lowest English grade ever, were the comments. Mrs. Brennan had written things like melodramatic and attention-seeking, exploiting family trauma for sympathy points, and reads like a bad Lifetime movie script. I was devastated. This wasn't constructive criticism. It was cruel and dismissive of both my writing and my family's real experiences. Several classmates saw my essay and were shocked by the comments, saying their own essays, which were good but not particularly exceptional, had received much more generous feedback and higher grades. I made an appointment to discuss the grade with Mrs. Brennan during her office hours. When I arrived and tried to ask about the harsh comments, she became defensive and condescending. She said I needed to develop thicker skin if I wanted to be a writer, that my essay was self-indulgent and lacked literary merit, and that I should stop making excuses for poor work. When I mentioned that my essay's topic, my brother's addiction, was deeply personal, and that some of her comments felt hurtful, Mrs. Brennan said that using family sob stories to manipulate readers and teachers was exactly the kind of lazy writing she was trying to discourage. She made it clear the grade would not be changed, and the meeting was over. I left her office feeling humiliated and confused. Was my writing really that bad? Was I being overly sensitive? But something about her hostility felt personal and disproportionate, beyond normal tough love teaching methods. Things escalated dramatically in November during a class discussion about college application essays. Mrs. Brennan asked students to share their essay topics, and several students mentioned writing about family challenges, personal growth, or overcoming obstacles, fairly standard college essay material. When my turn came, I mentioned I was writing about my creative writing journey and how literature had helped me process my brother's addiction and recovery. Before I could even finish my sentence, Mrs. Brennan interrupted me in front of the entire class. Mrs. Brennan said, and I remember this verbatim because it's burned into my memory, "Let me guess, another sob story about your troubled family to make admissions officers feel sorry for you. That's your entire strategy, isn't it? You don't have the talent to get into a good school based on merit, so you're going to exploit your brother's problems to compensate for mediocre writing skills." The classroom went completely silent. Several students looked shocked. I felt my face burning with humiliation and tears starting to form. Mrs. Brennan continued, "This is exactly the kind of manipulative, emotionally exploitative writing I've been trying to teach you to avoid. Real literature isn't about making people pity you." I was so shocked and humiliated I couldn't even respond. I grabbed my things and walked out of the classroom. I went to the bathroom and cried for 20 minutes. Several classmates texted me afterward saying Mrs. Brennan's comments were completely inappropriate, and they couldn't believe she'd spoken to me that way in front of everyone. That evening, I told my parents what had happened. They were furious and immediately contacted the school principal to report Mrs. Brennan's behavior. My mother also reached out to our family therapist, who'd worked with us during my brother's recovery, and the therapist wrote a letter confirming that my essays about family experiences were part of healthy processing, not exploitation. The principal, Mr. Davidson, took the complaint seriously and said he'd investigate. He asked me to write a detailed account of Mrs. Brennan's comments and treatment throughout the semester. He also asked if any classmates had witnessed the incidents and would be willing to provide statements. Several classmates came forward voluntarily. They provided written statements describing Mrs. Brennan's dismissive and cruel comments toward me in class, the apparent disparity in how she graded my work versus others, and the specific incident where she'd humiliated me about my college essay topic. During the investigation, other concerning information emerged. 2 students from previous years came forward, saying Mrs. Brennan had exhibited similar patterns of singling out specific students for harsh, personal criticism that went beyond normal academic feedback. One student said Mrs. Brennan had made disparaging comments about her weight during a discussion of a novel featuring an overweight character. Another said Mrs. Brennan had mocked his stutter when he'd given an oral presentation. The school discovered that several parents had complained informally about Mrs. Brennan over the years, but these complaints hadn't been formally documented or investigated. There was a pattern of behavior suggesting Mrs. Brennan would occasionally fixate on particular students and treat them with unusual hostility. The investigation also reviewed Mrs. Brennan's grading records. A statistical analysis showed significant inconsistencies in how she graded my work compared to other students with similar skill levels. My grades in her class were consistently lower than my performance in other English classes and on standardized tests would predict. Mr. Davidson called Mrs. Brennan in for a disciplinary meeting. According to what I learned later, Mrs. Brennan initially denied any inappropriate behavior, claiming she was simply holding students to high standards and that I was oversensitive and looking for excuses for poor performance. But when confronted with multiple student statements, the pattern of complaints, and the grading disparities, Mrs. Brennan's defense fell apart. She apparently became defensive and said things that made the situation worse, including that students today are too coddled, and that sometimes harsh criticism is necessary to toughen them up. The school placed Mrs. Brennan on administrative leave pending the investigation's conclusion. In my absence from her class, a substitute teacher reviewed my previous essays and assessments. The substitute teacher's evaluations were dramatically more positive, confirming that my work was actually quite strong and that Mrs. Brennan's harsh grading appeared to have been biased. After a month-long investigation, the school board held a hearing to determine Mrs. Brennan's future employment. My parents and I were asked to attend and provide testimony if we were comfortable doing so. I was terrified, but felt I needed to speak about what had happened. At the hearing, I described the pattern of Mrs. Brennan's treatment toward me, the dismissive comments, the disproportionately harsh grading, and especially the public humiliation about my college essay and my brother's addiction. Other students also testified about their experiences with Mrs. Brennan's inappropriate behavior in previous years. Mrs. Brennan's attorney tried to frame this as a case of a demanding teacher being unfairly persecuted by a student who couldn't handle criticism. He argued that Mrs. Brennan had high standards and that modern students were too sensitive to tough love teaching methods. But the evidence was overwhelming. Multiple students across multiple years describing similar patterns of personal attacks disguised as academic criticism, grading disparities that couldn't be explained by legitimate academic standards, and most damning, Mrs. Brennan's own words during the investigation, showing she didn't understand why her comments were inappropriate. The school board voted to terminate Mrs. Brennan's employment. She was fired not just for the specific incidents involving me, but for a pattern of unprofessional conduct that violated the district's standards for teacher behavior. The board's decision emphasized that while demanding academic standards are appropriate, personalizing criticism and attacking students' family situations crosses a clear line. Mrs. Brennan lost her teaching position, her pension contributions from the district. She was only 3 years from full retirement eligibility, and effectively, her entire career. At 48 years old, with 23 years of teaching experience, she now had a termination on her record that would make it virtually impossible to teach anywhere else. The community reaction was intense and divided. Many parents and students supported the school board's decision, saying Mrs. Brennan had been inappropriate for years and finally faced consequences. They shared stories of other incidents where Mrs. Brennan had been needlessly cruel to students, and they felt the school had protected students by removing her. But others defended Mrs. Brennan passionately. Some former students said she'd been their favorite teacher and had pushed them to excellence through high standards. Several parents wrote letters saying Mrs. Brennan had inspired their children's love of literature, and that one incident shouldn't destroy a 23-year career. Mrs. Brennan's family and friends started a social media campaign suggesting she'd been railroaded by an oversensitive student and an administration afraid of litigation. They framed the situation as a dedicated teacher being destroyed by cancel culture and students who couldn't handle being challenged. I received both support and intense criticism. Some classmates praised me for standing up to an abusive teacher and protecting future students from similar treatment. But others called me vindictive, saying I'd destroyed a woman's career over hurt feelings, and that I should have been tougher and more forgiving. Some particularly harsh critics suggested I'd exaggerated or fabricated the incidents to get revenge for poor grades. Despite multiple witnesses confirming what had happened, there were people convinced I was lying, or at minimum, being overdramatic about normal teaching methods. Mrs. Brennan herself has made statements to local media portraying herself as a victim of false accusations and administrative overreach. She's claimed she was fired for having high standards and refusing to inflate grades, not for any genuine misconduct. She's never publicly acknowledged that her comments about my brother's addiction or her classroom humiliation of me were inappropriate. The situation has affected my family as well. My brother, whose addiction struggles Mrs. Brennan had mockingly dismissed as exploitation, was devastated that his recovery journey had been weaponized against me. He feels guilty, even though none of this was his fault. My parents have faced social criticism from community members who think they overreacted and destroyed a teacher's career over routine academic conflict. I'm now in college, thriving in my creative writing program, and receiving positive feedback from professors who provide constructive criticism without personal attacks. But I still think about Mrs. Brennan regularly and wonder about the ethics of what happened. Here's my central moral struggle. Did Mrs. Brennan deserve to lose her career? She clearly behaved inappropriately toward me and apparently toward other students over the years. Her comments were cruel and personal, going beyond legitimate academic criticism into attacking my family situation and character. But she was also 3 years from retirement after 23 years of teaching. Many students had positive experiences in her classes. Did the incidents involving me, as serious as they were, warrant destroying her entire career and financial security? Could I have handled this differently? Should I have tried to resolve things directly with Mrs. Brennan before involving administration? Should I have accepted the school's initial response without pushing for a full investigation that ultimately led to her termination? So Reddit, AITA for reporting my teacher's inappropriate behavior, leading to an investigation that discovered a pattern of misconduct and resulted in her being fired 3 years before retirement, even though some say I destroyed her career over being unable to handle tough criticism. AITA for getting my ex-boyfriend's scholarship revoked after he cheated. Scholarship. That single word has become the center of the biggest moral dilemma of my life, and I, 22-year-old female, cannot determine if I'm a justified whistleblower or a vindictive person who destroyed someone's future out of spite. My ex-boyfriend, Marcus, 23-year-old male, is facing academic expulsion and the loss of his full-ride scholarship because of information I provided to his university, and opinions are violently divided on whether I did the right thing. Marcus and I met during our freshman year of college and dated for 3 years. We attended different universities about an hour apart, but we made the long-distance relationship work through constant communication, weekend visits, and genuine commitment to each other. I loved Marcus deeply and believed we were building toward a future together, marriage, careers, the whole life partnership vision. Marcus was at university on a prestigious academic scholarship that covered his full tuition, room, board, and even provided a stipend for expenses. It was a competitive merit scholarship awarded to only 5 students annually, and it had strict requirements. Maintain a 3.8 GPA, complete 20 hours of community service per semester, demonstrate academic integrity, and uphold the university's honor code. The scholarship was Marcus's only way to afford college. His family had limited financial resources and couldn't pay tuition without it. I knew how important the scholarship was to Marcus, and how hard he worked to maintain the GPA requirement. Or at least, I thought he was working hard. Our relationship seemed strong and healthy for nearly 3 years, with normal ups and downs but genuine love and respect. Then 4 months ago, I discovered Marcus had been cheating on me. Not a one-time mistake, but an ongoing affair with a classmate named Jessica that had lasted approximately 6 months. I found out through a mutual friend who'd seen them together and felt I deserved to know. When I confronted Marcus with screenshots of social media posts showing him with Jessica at events I hadn't known about, he initially tried to deny it, then eventually admitted to the affair. The betrayal was devastating. 3 years of relationship, plans for our future, the trust I'd built, all shattered. Marcus's explanations were the typical cheater nonsense. He'd been confused. Jessica had pursued him aggressively. He'd made a terrible mistake. He still loved me and wanted to work things out. I ended the relationship immediately and cut off contact. During the breakup process, I was clearing out items Marcus had left at my apartment when I found a USB drive he'd forgotten in a desk drawer. I wasn't intentionally snooping. I was just trying to return his belongings. But I plugged it in to see what was on it before deciding whether to mail it back or just throw it away. What I found on that USB drive changed everything. It contained evidence that Marcus had been systematically cheating throughout his college career. Not romantically, but academically. There were dozens of essays and assignments with metadata showing they'd been purchased from online essay mills and paper writing services. There were payment confirmations showing Marcus had spent hundreds of dollars over 3 years buying academic work from various websites. Some files were more sophisticated. Marcus had clearly worked with someone to write custom papers for his upper-level courses. There were email exchanges where Marcus provided assignment prompts and rubrics, and a writer, presumably paid, would send back completed papers. Marcus would then submit these papers as his own work. The USB drive essentially documented 3 years of extensive academic dishonesty. Marcus hadn't earned his 3.8 GPA through hard work. He'd maintained it by purchasing papers and assignments from online services. His prestigious scholarship, which had strict academic integrity requirements, was based entirely on fraudulent academic achievement. I sat with this information for over a week, struggling with what to do. Part of me wanted to simply throw the USB drive away and move on with my life. Marcus had already hurt me through his infidelity, and I'd ended the relationship. Did I need to take further action? Wasn't walking away and healing the mature response? But another part of me was furious at the injustice. Marcus had maintained his scholarship through academic fraud, while honest students worked legitimately hard and struggled. He'd taken a competitive scholarship spot from someone who might have actually earned it through genuine achievement. He was graduating in 2 months with a degree he hadn't legitimately earned, planning to use his fraudulent GPA to apply to graduate programs where he'd compete with students who'd done honest work. I also thought about the scholarship program itself. It was funded by alumni donations specifically to help deserving students who couldn't otherwise afford college. Marcus had been taking that money under false pretenses for 3 years, essentially stealing financial aid intended for students who met the scholarship's merit requirements honestly. After a week of internal debate, I made a decision that would change Marcus's life permanently. I made copies of everything on the USB drive and submitted it to Marcus's university's academic integrity office. I included a detailed letter explaining that I discovered this evidence while returning Marcus's belongings after our breakup, that I understood the seriousness of what I was reporting, and that I believed the university deserved to know about systematic academic dishonesty spanning 3 years. The university took the allegations very seriously and launched a formal investigation. They examined the essay files, verified the metadata, tracked down the paper writing services Marcus had used, and compared his submitted work to the purchased files. They also looked at his computer activity logs and email records, which corroborated the timeline of purchased assignments. The evidence was overwhelming and indisputable. Marcus had committed extensive academic fraud over 3 years, purchasing papers and assignments for dozens of courses across multiple semesters. The university determined this was systematic and premeditated academic dishonesty, rather than isolated incidents of poor judgment. The consequences were severe and immediate. Marcus was expelled from the university just 6 weeks before his scheduled graduation. His degree was nullified. He wouldn't graduate despite being so close to finishing. His prestigious scholarship was revoked, and the university demanded repayment of approximately $145,000 in scholarship funds he'd received over 3 years, arguing he'd obtained the money through fraud. Marcus's academic record now shows expulsion for academic dishonesty, which would effectively prevent him from attending any other reputable university or graduate program. He'd spent 3 years in college and accumulated some student loan debt to cover expenses beyond the scholarship. But he'd leave with no degree, a destroyed academic record, and a 6-figure debt to his former university. Marcus figured out quickly that I'd been the one to report him. He called me screaming, saying I'd destroyed his entire life because I was bitter about the breakup. He accused me of weaponizing private information to get revenge for the cheating and said I'd gone nuclear over a relationship ending when I should have just moved on. He sent me desperate messages explaining that his family had no way to repay $145,000, that he'd never be able to attend university again with an expulsion on his record, and that I'd essentially destroyed his future career prospects and earning potential. He said the punishment was wildly disproportionate to the crime. Yes, he'd purchased some papers, but did that really deserve having his entire life ruined? Marcus's family has been contacting me as well. His mother called me crying, saying I'd destroyed her son's future because I was angry about him dating someone else. She said Marcus had made mistakes but didn't deserve to have his education destroyed and his family bankrupted by repayment demands. She begged me to contact the university and recant my report, or at least testify that I'd misunderstood what was on the USB drive. Marcus's younger sister sent me a long message calling me vindictive and cruel. She said I'd reported Marcus not because I cared about academic integrity, but because I wanted to hurt him for cheating on me. She pointed out that I'd sat on the information for over a week before reporting it, which suggested I'd been strategizing about how to cause maximum damage rather than acting out of principle. Several of Marcus's friends have accused me of being obsessed with revenge and unable to move on from the breakup like a normal person. They've said that discovering academic dishonesty and immediately reporting it might be justifiable, but that I'd clearly deliberated about whether to report specifically to decide if it would hurt Marcus enough to be worth doing. Some mutual friends agree with these assessments. They think Marcus was wrong to cheat academically, but that I reported him primarily to punish him for the relationship betrayal, rather than out of genuine concern for academic integrity. They've pointed out that the timing, reporting shortly after discovering he'd cheated on me, suggests my motivations were more about revenge than principle. They've also argued that the consequences are disproportionate. Marcus made bad decisions about buying papers, but does that really deserve expulsion, degree nullification, 6-figure debt, and permanent academic record damage that will affect his entire career? They say I could have confronted Marcus privately and given him a chance to come clean himself, rather than immediately reporting to the university. Marcus's graduate school plans are completely destroyed. He'd been accepted to a master's program in engineering, with funding, but that acceptance was contingent on completing his undergraduate degree. The program rescinded their offer when they learned about his expulsion. He'd also been interviewing for engineering positions that required a bachelor's degree. All those opportunities are gone now. On the other side, many people fully support what I did. My closest friends think Marcus absolutely deserved to face consequences for academic fraud, and that my discovery method, accidentally finding the USB drive while returning his belongings, was legitimate. They argue that academic dishonesty is serious misconduct that undermines the entire educational system, and that people who cheat systematically should face appropriate consequences. My academic advisor, when I mentioned the situation broadly, said that anyone who discovers academic fraud has an ethical obligation to report it, regardless of their relationship to the cheater. She pointed out that Marcus wasn't caught through monitoring systems. He'd successfully evaded detection for years and would have graduated with a fraudulent degree if I hadn't reported him. Several people have noted that Marcus's punishment isn't about the relationship cheating. It's about the academic fraud he actually committed. The university didn't expel him because I was angry. They expelled him because he systematically purchased academic work for 3 years and fraudulently obtained a merit scholarship. Those are his actions and consequences, not something I imposed on him. Others have pointed out the broader justice issue. Marcus took a competitive scholarship spot and financial aid that should have gone to an honest student. He maintained a fraudulent GPA that gave him advantages in graduate school applications and job searches. He was planning to enter a profession with a degree he hadn't legitimately earned. Someone needed to stop this fraud, and it happened to be me. My parents are conflicted. My mother thinks I did the right thing ethically, but worries about the severity of consequences and whether I'll carry guilt if Marcus's life is permanently derailed. My father thinks Marcus made his own choices and deserves whatever consequences result from his academic fraud, regardless of how the fraud was discovered. Here's my central struggle. Would I have reported Marcus's academic fraud if he hadn't cheated on me? I honestly don't know. I never would have looked at his USB drive if we'd still been together. I only found it because I was returning his belongings after the breakup. And I probably wouldn't have thought as hard about reporting if I hadn't been hurt and angry about the infidelity. But does my motivation matter if the information I reported was true and serious? Marcus did commit extensive academic fraud. He did fraudulently obtain a merit scholarship. He was going to graduate with a degree he didn't earn. Those facts are independent of our relationship and my feelings about being cheated on. I've also wondered about proportionality. Yes, Marcus bought papers, but he's now facing expulsion, degree nullification, 6-figure debt, and permanent career impacts. Is that punishment proportionate to the offense? Or did I essentially ruin someone's life over academic dishonesty that, while wrong, might not warrant complete educational and career destruction? So Reddit. Am I the for reporting my ex-boyfriend's academic fraud to his university after discovering he'd been buying papers for 3 years, even though he's now expelled, lost his scholarship, and owes $145,000 because I reported him shortly after he cheated on me? AITA for outing my cousin at her wedding after she destroyed mine. Weddings. Everyone says they're supposed to be the happiest day of your life, but my cousin, Melissa, 29-year-old female, made sure mine was the worst, and now I, 30-year-old female, stand accused of doing the same to her in retaliation. My family is completely fractured over what happened 3 months ago, and I genuinely cannot determine if I was justified or if I committed an unforgivable act of revenge. I need to start 4 years ago when I married my now ex-husband, Ryan. Melissa and I had been close our entire lives, more like sisters than cousins. When I got engaged, I asked her to be my maid of honor, and she seemed thrilled. She threw me a beautiful bridal shower, helped with wedding planning, and appeared genuinely excited for my big day. My wedding was scheduled for June, an outdoor ceremony at a vineyard with 150 guests. I'd spent a year planning every detail and had invested about $35,000 in what was supposed to be a perfect celebration. Melissa had been involved in nearly every planning decision, from choosing flowers to tasting cakes to selecting music. 3 days before my wedding, Melissa called me crying. She said she'd just discovered that Ryan had been cheating on me with someone from his office. She claimed she'd seen text messages on Ryan's phone during a family dinner when he'd left it on the table. She said the messages were explicit and showed an ongoing affair. I was devastated and confronted Ryan immediately. He denied everything saying Melissa must have misunderstood something or was mistaken. He showed me his phone, and there were no suspicious messages. He suggested Melissa might have confused his phone with someone else's or misread innocent work conversations. But Melissa was insistent. She provided specific details about the messages, including the woman's name and descriptions of what they'd supposedly discussed. She said she'd taken photos of the messages, but had deleted them in panic and couldn't recover them. She begged me not to marry Ryan, saying she couldn't watch me commit to a cheater. With 3 days until my wedding, I was paralyzed by doubt and fear. My parents urged me to postpone and investigate Melissa's claims before going through with the marriage. Ryan's parents were furious at the accusations and demanded proof. My bridesmaids were divided. Some believed Melissa, others thought she was mistaken. After agonizing for 2 days, I made the decision to postpone the wedding. I couldn't marry Ryan with these doubts hanging over us. We'd investigate Melissa's claims, and if they were false, we'd reschedule. If they were true, I'd dodged a terrible marriage. Canceling the wedding 24 hours before it was scheduled was a nightmare. We'd lose most of our deposits, the venue, catering, flowers, photography, everything. Guests had already traveled to the area and booked hotels. The humiliation and chaos were overwhelming, but I felt I had no choice given the seriousness of Melissa's allegations. Ryan and I spent the next month investigating. We looked at phone records, credit card statements, talked to his co-workers, checked email accounts, everything. We found absolutely no evidence of an affair. Nothing. Ryan's phone records showed no suspicious calls or texts. His co-workers confirmed he wasn't seeing anyone. There was no evidence whatsoever supporting Melissa's claims. When I confronted Melissa about the lack of evidence, she became evasive. She said maybe she'd been mistaken about the severity of the messages. Maybe they were just flirtatious, not proof of a physical affair. Maybe she'd overreacted out of concern for me. She kept changing her story and eventually stopped responding to my calls. That's when I discovered the truth through Ryan's sister, who'd remained in contact with Melissa. Melissa admitted to Ryan's sister that she'd fabricated the entire affair. There had been no text messages, no evidence of cheating, nothing. Melissa had deliberately lied to destroy my wedding because she'd been jealous of the attention I was getting and had always been competitive with me. Melissa told Ryan's sister she'd felt overshadowed by my wedding planning and had been going through her own relationship struggles at the time. She said she'd been drinking when she made the initial call to me and had panicked and doubled down when I'd believed her. She claimed she'd thought I'd investigate quickly and disprove her claims before canceling anything, but things had spiraled out of control. The damage was catastrophic. Ryan and I had lost over $20,000 in non-refundable wedding deposits. Our relationship had been severely damaged by the stress and accusations. Family relationships were fractured. Half had believed Melissa, half had believed Ryan, and everyone had taken sides. The humiliation of canceling our wedding 24 hours before the ceremony had been traumatic. Ryan and I did eventually get married in a small courthouse ceremony 6 months later, but the relationship never recovered from the stress and damage Melissa's lies had caused. We divorced after 2 years, with both of us acknowledging that we'd never healed from the wedding catastrophe and the broken trust it created. I cut off contact with Melissa completely after discovering her lies. When I confronted her directly, she offered a half-hearted apology, saying she'd been going through stuff and had made a terrible mistake. She never offered to help reimburse our financial losses or make amends in any meaningful way. She acted like I should forgive her because we were family, and she'd been struggling emotionally. My family pressured me to forgive Melissa, saying she'd been dealing with mental health issues and had made a mistake during a difficult time. They said holding grudges would only hurt me, and that family needed to move past conflicts. I refused. What Melissa had done wasn't a simple mistake. It was deliberate sabotage that destroyed my wedding, cost me tens of thousands of dollars, and contributed to the eventual end of my marriage. Fast forward to this year. Melissa got engaged to her boyfriend, David, and started planning her wedding. I heard through family that it was going to be a big, expensive celebration. Exactly the kind of wedding she'd prevented me from having. My family expected me to attend and be supportive, despite everything that had happened. I declined the invitation. I sent a polite response saying I wouldn't be attending and wishing them well. My aunt, Melissa's mother, called me crying, saying I needed to let go of the past and support family. She said Melissa was truly sorry and that my absence would cause drama and hurt the family. Then, about 6 weeks before Melissa's wedding, I learned something that changed everything. Through mutual friends on social media, I discovered that Melissa had been having an affair with David while he was still in a long-term relationship with another woman. The timeline made it clear that Melissa had been the other woman who'd broken up David's previous relationship. More importantly, I discovered that David had no idea about what Melissa had done to me 4 years ago. He'd been told some vague story about us having a falling out, but didn't know Melissa had fabricated cheating allegations that destroyed my wedding. David's family also didn't know this history. I wrestled with what to do with this information. Part of me wanted to simply stay out of it. I wasn't attending the wedding and had no contact with Melissa anymore. But another part of me felt that David deserved to know exactly who he was marrying, particularly given that she'd proven herself capable of elaborate deception. I decided to send David a detailed email 1 week before the wedding. I explained the full story of what Melissa had done 4 years ago, the fabricated affair allegations, the deliberate wedding sabotage, the financial damage, the lack of genuine remorse. I provided documentation where possible, including messages from Ryan's sister confirming Melissa had admitted the lies. I didn't tell David he should or shouldn't marry Melissa. I simply said I felt he deserved to know this history before making a lifetime commitment to someone who'd proven capable of elaborate lies and deliberate cruelty. I explained that Melissa had destroyed my wedding with false allegations and had never made meaningful amends, and that I thought he should consider whether this was someone he could trust. David apparently confronted Melissa immediately. According to family members who witnessed it, there was a massive fight. Melissa initially denied my version of events, but David contacted Ryan and Ryan's sister, who both confirmed the story. He also asked other family members, who reluctantly admitted that yes, Melissa had fabricated the affair allegations. David called off the wedding 3 days before it was scheduled. He told Melissa he couldn't marry someone capable of that level of deception and manipulation, and that her destroying my wedding showed a character he couldn't accept. He was also apparently disturbed that Melissa had never taken full responsibility or made real amends, which suggested she didn't think her actions were that serious. Melissa's wedding was canceled with just 72 hours' notice. Like mine had been 4 years earlier, most deposits were lost, approximately $40,000 according to family gossip. Guests had traveled and booked hotels. The humiliation was public and devastating. Melissa's family lost a significant amount of money, and Melissa herself was emotionally destroyed. The family reaction has been volcanic. Melissa's mother has called me vindictive and cruel, saying I deliberately timed my revelation to cause maximum damage. She's accused me of being unable to forgive and of holding a 4-year grudge that I weaponized to destroy her daughter's happiness. She said that whatever Melissa did to me, I've now done worse to her by ruining her life right before her wedding. Melissa herself sent me a long message calling me a vengeful bitch and saying she hopes I'm happy now that I've destroyed her future. She claimed she'd changed since 4 years ago, that she'd grown and matured, and that I'd robbed her of happiness by bringing up ancient history that should have been forgiven and forgotten. She also argued that what she did was different from what I did. She'd been struggling mentally and had made impulsive, bad decisions, while I deliberately planned and timed my revelation to cause maximum damage. She said my actions were calculated revenge, while hers had been mistakes made during emotional distress. Many family members agree with Melissa and her mother. They say that yes, what Melissa did 4 years ago was terrible, but that I've now proven I'm just as bad or worse by deliberately sabotaging her wedding. They argue that I could have told David this information earlier or later, but I specifically chose the week before the wedding to maximize damage and suffering. They point out that I've now cost Melissa's family $40,000, humiliated Melissa publicly, destroyed her relationship, and potentially damaged her ability to trust and build future relationships. They say my revenge was disproportionate and cruel, and that I should have let the past stay in the past, rather than destroying someone's future over a 4-year-old incident. Other family members support what I did, though they're more quiet about it. They argue that David deserved to know about Melissa's capacity for elaborate deception before legally binding himself to her. They point out that Melissa had never made real amends or shown genuine remorse, which suggested she hadn't actually changed as much as she claimed. My friends are split. Some think I was completely justified. Melissa destroyed my wedding with lies, never made amends, and now I've exposed her character to someone who deserved to know before marriage. Others think I went too far by timing the revelation to cause maximum damage, and that I could have handled it more gracefully. Ryan's perspective is that Melissa got what she deserved, but even he's asked me if I feel good about what happened, or if I feel guilty. He's pointed out that revenge rarely feels as satisfying as we expect it to, and asked if I've actually achieved anything positive, or just spread more pain. Here's what I can't resolve. Did David deserve to know about Melissa's capacity for deception before marriage? I genuinely think yes. If someone had warned me about Ryan, even though Ryan wasn't actually a cheater, wouldn't I have wanted that information? Don't people deserve to know their partner's history of serious misconduct? But I also can't deny that my timing was calculated. I could have told David months earlier when I first learned of the engagement. I could have told him after the wedding. I specifically chose 1 week before the ceremony because I knew it would cause maximum disruption and would be too late for them to reschedule without massive financial losses. Was I providing important information to someone who deserved it? Or was I using the guise of helping David to get revenge on Melissa by doing to her exactly what she'd done to me? I genuinely cannot separate these motivations in my own mind anymore. So Reddit, am I the A for telling my cousin's fiancé about her past deception 1 week before their wedding, causing him to call off the ceremony and costing her family $40,000, even though she'd done essentially the same thing to me 4 years earlier? EAID for pressing charges against my cousin after she borrowed my identity. Identity. That's what my cousin, Natalie, 26-year-old female, stole from me. And now I, 28-year-old female, am being called an unforgiving monster by my entire extended family because I pressed criminal charges against her. Natalie is facing felony prosecution that could result in prison time, and half my family has stopped speaking to me because I destroyed her future over a mistake. But what they're calling a mistake was actually systematic identity theft that damaged my life in ways I'm still discovering. Natalie and I grew up together. Our mothers are sisters, and we lived in the same small town. We were more like sisters than cousins, spending holidays together, sharing clothes, and being mistaken for each other throughout childhood since we look remarkably similar. We even attended the same university, though different majors, and remained close throughout our 20s. About 2 years ago, Natalie went through a difficult period. She'd accumulated significant credit card debt, was struggling to find stable employment, and was living paycheck to paycheck. I knew she was stressed financially, but didn't realize how desperate she'd become. Meanwhile, I'd been working as a software engineer with a stable income, good credit, and was building toward financial security. I should have noticed the warning signs earlier, but I trusted Natalie completely. She still had a key to my apartment from when she'd house sat for me the previous year. She knew where I kept important documents. She'd helped me with various paperwork over the years and had seen my social security number, birth date, and other personal information. I never thought she'd use that access and information against me. About 18 months ago, I started noticing minor financial irregularities, small charges on my credit card I didn't remember making, a rejected application for a store credit card I'd never applied for. I initially attributed these to simple mistakes or fraud attempts that my bank had caught. I reported the charges, got new cards issued, and thought the problem was resolved. But the irregularities continued and escalated. I received collection notices for accounts I'd never opened. My credit score dropped significantly, despite me making all my payments on time. I started getting calls from creditors about delinquent accounts under my name that I knew nothing about. I finally pulled my full credit report and discovered the horrifying truth. Someone had opened 7 different credit card accounts in my name over the past year, accumulating approximately $45,000 in charges. There were also 2 personal loans totaling $28,000 that I'd never applied for or received. Someone had been systematically using my identity to obtain credit, and then not paying the bills, destroying my credit rating. I filed a police report immediately and began the process of disputing the fraudulent accounts. The detective assigned to my case started investigating and traced the fraudulent applications. Several had been submitted from IP addresses that led back to Natalie's apartment. Some of the purchases made with the fraudulent credit cards had been shipped to addresses Natalie had temporary access to. The personal loans had been deposited into bank accounts that, while not in Natalie's name, had been accessed from her devices. The evidence pointing to Natalie was substantial, but circumstantial until the detective interviewed her. When confronted with the evidence, Natalie initially denied everything, then eventually broke down and admitted she'd been using my identity to obtain credit. She said she'd been desperate and had planned to pay everything back once she got financially stable. Natalie claimed she'd only meant to borrow my identity temporarily to get through a rough financial period. She said she'd thought she could manage the payments but had fallen behind, and then things had spiraled out of control. She actually used the word borrow as if identity was something you could return after using. The full scope of Natalie's identity theft was staggering. Over 18 months, she'd obtained $73,000 in fraudulent credit and loans using my personal information. She'd made some minimal payments initially to keep the accounts from immediately defaulting, but eventually stopped paying entirely. By the time I discovered the fraud, most accounts were seriously delinquent. Collection agencies were involved, and my credit score had dropped over 200 points. The damage went beyond just the financial. My legitimate credit card applications were being rejected because creditors saw numerous recent inquiries and maxed out accounts. I was denied a car loan I'd applied for. Most devastatingly, I'd been in the process of buying my first home, and my mortgage pre-approval was revoked when the fraudulent accounts appeared on my credit report. The house I'd had under contract fell through, and I lost my earnest money deposit. Natalie had also used my identity for other purposes. She'd applied for unemployment benefits in my name and collected approximately $8,000 in fraudulent unemployment payments. She'd opened a checking account in my name and was writing bad checks that eventually led to that account being closed with a negative balance, which affected my checks systems report and made it harder for me to open legitimate bank accounts. When confronted by police, Natalie begged me not to press charges. She said she'd made a terrible mistake and promised to pay back every penny if I just handle it privately, rather than involving the criminal justice system. She cried and said she couldn't go to prison, that a criminal record would destroy her future job prospects, and that she'd already learned her lesson. My family immediately began pressuring me to drop the charges. Natalie's mother, my aunt, called me sobbing, saying I couldn't destroy Natalie's life over money. She said Natalie was already suffering enough with shame and guilt, and that sending her to prison would be cruel and unnecessary. She promised that the family would help Natalie pay back the money if I'd just dropped the criminal case. My own mother was conflicted, but ultimately sided with her sister. She said that yes, Natalie had done wrong, but that pressing charges against family was extreme. She argued that Natalie was young, had made a terrible mistake, but deserved a chance to make things right without a criminal record. She said I should pursue civil remedies to recover the money, rather than destroying Natalie's future with a felony conviction. But I refused to drop the charges. Natalie hadn't made an impulsive mistake. She'd systematically stolen my identity over 18 months, opened multiple fraudulent accounts, destroyed my credit, cost me a house purchase, and stolen over $80,000 when including the unemployment fraud. This wasn't a one-time lapse in judgment. It was calculated, ongoing criminal behavior. The prosecutor charged Natalie with multiple felonies: identity theft, wire fraud, theft by deception, and unemployment fraud. The combined charges meant Natalie was facing potentially 8 to 12 years in prison if convicted on all counts. The prosecutor was particularly interested in pursuing the case because the amount of fraud was substantial and the identity victim was a family member, which he considered an aggravating factor. Natalie's attorney tried to negotiate a plea deal, but I refused to provide a victim impact statement supporting leniency. I told the prosecutor I wanted Natalie to face full consequences for what she'd done. The prosecutor appreciated my cooperation and pushed forward with the full charges. The family pressure intensified dramatically. Natalie's father, my uncle, called me and said I was being vindictive and unforgiving, and that family shouldn't destroy each other over money. He said Natalie's whole future was at stake, and I was choosing revenge over compassion. He actually said, "Is money really worth more to you than your cousin's freedom?" Extended family members started weighing in, mostly against me. My grandmother called crying, begging me to drop the charges so Natalie wouldn't go to prison. She said Natalie was like a daughter to her, and that she couldn't bear to see her incarcerated. She said I was being cold and heartless, and that the family would never be the same if I went through with the prosecution. Several cousins sent me messages calling me cruel and saying I was ruining Natalie's life over something that could be resolved with a payment plan. They argued that Natalie had already lost her job, her apartment, and her reputation. Wasn't that punishment enough without adding a criminal record and potential prison time? Natalie's attorney reached out to me directly, which my own attorney said was inappropriate, asking me to consider that Natalie was a first-time offender with mental health issues who'd made bad decisions during a crisis. He said the criminal justice system was about rehabilitation, not revenge, and asked if I really wanted to see my cousin in prison. Some family members took a different approach, arguing that I was partially responsible for Natalie's actions. They said I'd been careless with my personal information, had given Natalie access to my apartment and documents, and should have been more vigilant about protecting my identity from someone I knew was financially desperate. They suggested my own negligence had enabled Natalie's theft. A few family members did support my decision, though, quietly. My brother said Natalie had committed serious crimes and deserved to face consequences regardless of family relationships. He pointed out that if a stranger had stolen $80,000 from me and destroyed my credit, no one would question me pressing charges, and family shouldn't get a pass for criminal behavior. My father's side of the family, unrelated to Natalie, was uniformly supportive, saying Natalie had severely violated my trust and had caused real, substantial harm that couldn't be dismissed as a mistake. They argued that Natalie's actions had been calculated and sustained over 18 months, demonstrating clear criminal intent. The case went to trial because Natalie refused to accept the plea deal that was offered, 5 years with possibility of parole after 2. She apparently believed that as a family member, I wouldn't actually testify against her, or that the jury would be sympathetic to her financial struggles. I did testify. I explained the full scope of the identity theft, the damage to my credit, the lost house purchase, the emotional trauma of discovering someone I trusted had been systematically stealing from me for over a year. The prosecutor presented overwhelming evidence: the fraudulent applications, the IP addresses, the purchase records, Natalie's eventual confession to police. The jury convicted Natalie on all counts. She received a sentence of 6 years in prison with possibility of parole after 3, and was ordered to pay restitution of $81,000 plus interest and penalties. The judge noted in his sentencing that exploiting family trust to commit systematic financial fraud was particularly serious and warranted substantial punishment. Natalie's family has essentially disowned me. My aunt won't speak to me and has told other family members I'm dead to her. My uncle has said I chose money over family, and that I'll regret this decision when I'm older and understand what really matters in life. Several cousins have blocked me on social media and told mutual friends I'm heartless. My grandmother has tried to maintain relationships with both Natalie and me, but she's told me she's disappointed in my lack of compassion and forgiveness. She said that in her generation, family problems were handled privately, and you didn't send family members to prison, no matter what they'd done. Even my mother, while not cutting me off, has said she wishes I'd shown more mercy. She thinks Natalie deserved consequences, but that prison was too extreme. She's worried about how this will affect family gatherings and relationships going forward. On the other side, many people fully support my decision. Friends have said Natalie committed serious felonies that would have landed any non-family member in prison, and that being related shouldn't exempt her from consequences. My attorneys have said I did the right thing by holding Natalie accountable for substantial criminal conduct. Financial advisors have pointed out that without the criminal prosecution and restitution order, I would likely never have recovered any of the stolen money, and Natalie might have continued committing fraud against me or others. Here's what I struggle with. Natalie did commit serious crimes that caused me substantial financial and emotional harm. But she's also my cousin, who I grew up with, and I've now sent her to prison for 6 years. Her life trajectory is permanently altered. She'll have a felony record, years of incarceration, and limited job prospects afterward. Could I have handled this through civil litigation instead, pursuing the money without the criminal charges? Would that have been more family appropriate, while still holding her accountable? Or would Natalie have faced no real consequences and possibly reoffended without criminal prosecution? So Reddit, am I the yo for pressing criminal charges against my cousin after she stole my identity and accumulated $81,000 in fraudulent debt, resulting in her receiving a 6-year prison sentence, even though my family says I destroyed her life over money and should have handled it privately? AITA for refusing to let my mother meet her grandchild after her betrayal. Grandchild. That's the word my mother, Diane, keeps using in her desperate messages, as if biology alone erases everything she did to me. I'm 29-year female, 8 months pregnant with my first baby, and I've told my mother she will never meet this child. My entire family thinks I'm being cruel and punishing an innocent baby by denying her a grandmother. But they don't understand, or refuse to acknowledge, what Diane did that makes this boundary necessary. I need to go back 5 years to explain properly. I was engaged to Marcus, my college sweetheart. We'd been together for 6 years, and I was completely in love and planning our wedding. Marcus was from a wealthy family, while I came from a solidly middle-class background. His parents initially had reservations about me not being from their social circle, but over time they seemed to accept our relationship. My mother had always been somewhat narcissistic and attention-seeking, but I'd learned to manage her behavior. She'd always been jealous when I received attention or achieved things she hadn't. When I got accepted to a better college than she'd attended, she spent weeks telling people it was probably just affirmative action or lowered standards these days. When I got promoted at work, she'd mention how some people get lucky with timing. But I never imagined she'd betray me the way she did. About 6 months before my wedding, Marcus started acting distant. He'd cancel plans, seem distracted, and was less affectionate. I asked if something was wrong, and he'd insist everything was fine, just work stress. I trusted him completely and tried to be supportive. Then 2 months before our wedding, Marcus called off the engagement. He said he'd realized he wasn't ready for marriage and needed time to figure out what he really wanted. I was devastated, but Marcus was adamant. He said he cared about me but couldn't go through with the wedding. He moved out of our shared apartment and I was left to cancel everything. The venue, the catering, the flowers, all of it. It was humiliating and heartbreaking. My mother was strangely unsympathetic during this time. She made comments about how these things happen for a reason, and maybe Marcus realized you two weren't compatible after all. She seemed almost pleased that my picture-perfect wedding had fallen apart, which hurt, but I attributed to her weird competitive issues with me. 6 months after Marcus broke our engagement, I found out why he'd really ended things. A mutual friend saw Marcus at a restaurant with my mother. They weren't having a casual lunch. They were holding hands, kissing, and behaving like a couple. My friend took photos because she couldn't believe what she was seeing and wanted evidence before telling me. When I confronted my mother, she initially denied everything, then admitted she and Marcus had been having an affair for over a year. She said it just happened, that they'd fallen in love, and that she couldn't help her feelings. She actually said she hoped I'd understand eventually, because love is love, and she deserved happiness too. Marcus had broken our engagement not because he wasn't ready for marriage, but because he'd fallen in love with my mother and wanted to be with her instead of me. And my mother, the woman who raised me, had deliberately seduced my fiancé, carried on a secret affair for a year, and destroyed my engagement so she could have him for herself. The betrayal was so complete and horrifying that I cut off all contact with both of them immediately. My mother actually tried to maintain a relationship with me while dating Marcus, suggesting we could all be adults about this, and that I was overreacting to a complicated situation. She wanted me to accept her relationship with my ex-fiancé as if it were normal and okay. I refused. I told my mother I never wanted to see or speak to her again, that what she'd done was unforgivable, and that she was dead to me. I blocked her on everything and made it clear to extended family that I wanted no contact with Diane, ever. My family's reaction was mixed and disappointing. My father had divorced Diane years earlier, so he was supportive and disgusted by what she'd done. But my maternal grandparents and aunts tried to play peacemaker, saying that while what Diane did was wrong, she was still my mother, and I shouldn't cut her off permanently over a man. They minimized the betrayal constantly. It's not like they're still together. They broke up after a few months. True, Marcus and Diane's relationship imploded after about 8 months. She made a mistake, but she's your mother. You'll regret this when she's gone. Family is forever. Boyfriends come and go. But they fundamentally misunderstood what Diane had done. This wasn't about losing Marcus, though that was painful. This was about my own mother deliberately destroying my engagement because she wanted my fiancé for herself. She'd lied to my face for over a year while sleeping with Marcus. She'd watched me plan a wedding to a man who was sleeping with her. She'd comforted me when Marcus broke our engagement, knowing she was the reason. That level of betrayal, manipulation, and narcissistic cruelty isn't something you forgive or move past. Diane had shown me exactly what she was capable of, and I wanted nothing to do with her ever again. I moved to a different city, went to therapy, and slowly rebuilt my life. It took years, but I eventually met James, a wonderful man who's nothing like Marcus. James knows the full story of what happened with Diane and Marcus, and he's been completely supportive of my decision to maintain no contact with my mother. James and I got married 2 years ago in a small, private ceremony. We deliberately didn't tell my mother's side of the family about it until after it happened, specifically to avoid any chance of Diane finding out and showing up. When my aunts found out I'd gotten married without inviting Diane, they were furious and said I was being vindictive and cruel by excluding my mother from major life events. Now I'm 8 months pregnant with our first child, a daughter. James and I are overjoyed and excited. We've been preparing the nursery, taking birthing classes, and making plans for our new family. When we announced the pregnancy to family, we made it explicitly clear. Diane will not be told about the baby, will not be given photos, and will under no circumstances be allowed any contact with our child. My maternal grandmother was horrified by this boundary. She said I was punishing an innocent baby by denying her a grandmother, and that whatever issues I had with Diane shouldn't affect my daughter's relationship with her. She argued that grandparents have rights, that babies need as much family love as possible, and that I was being selfish by projecting my anger onto a child. My aunts agreed, saying that yes, Diane made terrible mistakes, but that was 5 years ago, and people can change. They argued that Diane feels terrible about what happened and has been punished enough by losing contact with me. They said denying her a relationship with her grandchild was going too far, and that eventually I'd realize how cruel I was being. Diane found out about my pregnancy through a family member who couldn't keep the secret. She started sending messages through every channel she could find. Texts from new numbers, emails, messages through Facebook, under fake accounts, even letters mailed to our house. All of the messages followed the same theme. She's sorry for what happened. She knows she hurt me, but this baby is innocent and deserves to know her grandmother. She said she'd do anything to make things right, and begged for a chance to be part of her grandchild's life. Some of Diane's messages have been manipulative and guilt-focused. I'm getting older and don't know how many years I have left. Don't rob me of knowing my only grandchild. Every baby deserves grandparents who love them. Are you really so selfish that you'd deprive your daughter of that? I made mistakes, but I'm still your mother, and I'll be an amazing grandmother if you just give me a chance. Other family members have increased their pressure on me. My grandmother called crying, saying she's worried I'm making a decision I'll regret forever and that I'm hurting both Diane and my unborn daughter. My aunts sent a joint letter saying that holding grudges only hurts me, that forgiveness is for my own peace, and that I should think about what kind of example I'm setting for my daughter about family and forgiveness. Even some friends think I'm being too harsh. Several have said that what Diane did was terrible, but it was 5 years ago, and maybe being a grandmother could help her become a better person. They've suggested supervised visits or limited contact, arguing that completely cutting off a grandparent seems extreme and punitive. James fully supports my decision and will back me whatever I choose, but even he's gently asked if I'm certain about this. He's pointed out that our daughter might someday ask why she doesn't have a maternal grandmother, and I'll need to explain that I chose to cut off that relationship. He worries about whether I'm making a decision in anger that I might regret later, or whether our daughter might resent me for making this choice on her behalf. My therapist has been carefully neutral, helping me process the decision without pushing me in either direction. She's pointed out that I have every right to protect myself and my child from toxic people, but she's also asked me to think about whether I'm using my daughter as a weapon against Diane, or if this boundary is genuinely about protecting my child's well-being. Here's what I keep coming back to. Diane deliberately destroyed my engagement by seducing my fiancé. She carried on a year-long affair while watching me plan a wedding. She showed no remorse until her relationship with Marcus fell apart, and she wanted me back in her life. She's never taken full accountability, always framing it as something that just happened, rather than a deliberate choice she made repeatedly. Do I want someone like that around my daughter? Someone who's shown she's capable of that level of betrayal, manipulation, and narcissistic behavior. Someone who might teach my daughter that family members are allowed to hurt you terribly as long as they apologize later. I don't think I do. But I also wonder if I'm being unfair to my daughter by making this decision for her. Maybe she deserves the chance to know her grandmother and form her own opinion. Maybe I'm letting my pain and anger control a decision that affects more than just me and Diane. The family pressure is immense. My grandmother has said she'll never forgive me if I go through with this. My aunts have threatened to cut me off if I don't allow Diane some contact with the baby. Even my father, who's been supportive, has gently suggested that maybe supervised visits wouldn't be harmful and might help me find some closure. I'm also thinking about practical considerations. Will my daughter resent me someday when she learns she had a grandmother I deliberately kept her from? Will she think I was protecting her or punishing someone using her as leverage? How do I explain this situation to her as she grows up, without either lying or traumatizing her with the details of what Diane did? And what about forgiveness? Part of me knows that holding on to anger for years isn't healthy. But another part of me knows that forgiveness doesn't mean allowing someone back into your life, especially when they've shown they're capable of devastating betrayal. Can I forgive Diane for what she did while still maintaining the boundary that she has no place in my life or my daughter's life? So Reddit, AITA for refusing to let my mother meet her grandchild after she had an affair with my fiancé and destroyed my engagement 5 years ago. Even though my entire family says I'm being cruel and punishing both Diane and my innocent baby. AITA for refusing to pay for my stepson's wedding after what he did. Money. That's what apparently makes me an asshole in my stepson Trevor's 28 yellow male eyes. And according to half my family, they're right. I'm 55-year-old male, being called petty, vindictive, and cruel for withdrawing financial support from Trevor's upcoming wedding. But the full context makes this situation far more complicated than mean stepdad refuses to pay. I married Trevor's mother, Patricia, 53-year-old female, when Trevor was 11 years old. His biological father had died in a car accident when Trevor was 7, and Patricia had struggled as a single mother for 4 years before we met. I came into Trevor's life trying to be supportive without replacing his father. I never asked him to call me Dad. I respected his father's memory, and I tried to be a positive male figure without overstepping. Our relationship was complicated but functional. Trevor was understandably protective of his mother and wary of me initially, but over time we developed mutual respect, if not deep affection. I supported him financially throughout his teenage years and paid for his entire college education, approximately $95,000 over 4 years for tuition, room, board, and expenses at a private university. I did this willingly and without resentment. Trevor was Patricia's son, and supporting him was part of supporting the family I'd married into. I never threw the money in his face or expected excessive gratitude. It was simply what you do for family, even if that family relationship is complicated. Patricia and I had a good marriage for about 15 years. We had our challenges, blended family dynamics, financial stresses, differing parenting philosophies. But we worked through them and built a solid partnership. We didn't have biological children together, so Trevor remained Patricia's only child, and essentially my only son figure, even though he never called me Dad. Then, 3 years ago, Patricia was diagnosed with early-onset Alzheimer's disease at age 50. It was devastating and shocking. She was young, healthy, and had no family history of the disease. The diagnosis hit our entire family like a bomb, and we had to rapidly adjust to a new and terrifying reality. Patricia's decline was faster than typical. Within 18 months, she'd progressed from mild forgetfulness to needing significant daily assistance. I became her primary caregiver, reducing my work hours and eventually taking early retirement to care for her full time. The disease was cruel. Patricia would have periods of clarity where she'd recognize me and Trevor, followed by confusion where she'd think I was her father or wouldn't know who we were at all. I hired professional caregivers to help during the day, while I handled nights and weekends. The costs were staggering. Between professional care, medications, adult day programs, and eventually home modifications for safety, we were spending approximately $6,000 monthly. Our savings were depleting rapidly, and I knew we'd eventually need to consider a memory care facility that would cost $8,000 and $10,000 monthly. During this time, Trevor's involvement was minimal at best. He lived about 2 hours away and would visit maybe once every 6 weeks, usually staying for just a few hours. He'd call occasionally, but conversations were brief and surface level. When I'd ask if he could visit more often or help with some caregiving to give me breaks, he'd cite work obligations and his own busy life. I understood that watching your mother deteriorate from Alzheimer's is traumatic and that people cope differently. But I also felt abandoned in the caregiving responsibility. I was the one managing medications, dealing with Patricia's increasing confusion and occasional aggression, handling all medical appointments, coordinating with her doctors, and providing the exhausting 24/7 vigilance that Alzheimer's care requires. About 18 months ago, Trevor got engaged to his girlfriend Amber, 26-year-old female. They'd been dating for 3 years, and I was genuinely happy for them. When Trevor told me about the engagement, he also mentioned they were planning a wedding for the following year, and hoped I might be able to help out financially, like I'd helped with his college. I told Trevor I'd be happy to contribute what I could, though I explained that Patricia's care costs were consuming most of our available income and savings. I offered to give them $10,000 toward the wedding, which was genuinely what I could afford given our financial situation. Trevor seemed disappointed, but accepted this contribution. Over the next year, as Trevor and Amber planned their wedding, I continued caring for Patricia as her condition worsened. She was now in mid-stage Alzheimer's, often confused about where she was, occasionally not recognizing either Trevor or me, and requiring constant supervision for her safety. The emotional toll was crushing, watching the woman I loved disappear, while still physically present was a unique kind of grief. I kept Trevor updated on his mother's condition, but his visits remained infrequent. He'd come every month or two, stay for a few hours, and leave. He seemed uncomfortable around Patricia when she didn't recognize him, which I understood, but I also felt resentful that I was managing this alone, while he got to maintain distance from the difficult reality. Then, about 4 months ago, Trevor called with an unexpected request. He and Amber had been planning a relatively modest wedding, about 100 guests, local venue, total budget around $35,000. But Amber's parents had offered to cover half the cost if Trevor's family could match their contribution. This would allow them to upgrade to their dream wedding, destination ceremony, 150 guests, luxury venue, budget around $70,000. Trevor asked if I could increase my contribution from $10,000 to $35,000 to match what Amber's parents were offering. He said this would be a once-in-a-lifetime event, and that having both families contribute equally would be meaningful. He acknowledged this was a big ask, but hoped I'd want to make his wedding special. I was stunned by both the amount and the apparent lack of awareness about our financial situation. I explained again that Patricia's care was costing us over $70,000 annually, that our savings were nearly depleted, and that I was already stretching to offer $10,000. I simply didn't have $35,000 available for a wedding without compromising Patricia's care. Trevor became upset. He said he'd always known I didn't really consider him my son, and that this proved it. If he were my real child, I'd find a way to make his wedding happen. He pointed out that I'd paid $95,000 for his college, so clearly I'd had money in the past. He suggested I could take out a loan or liquidate retirement accounts to help with the wedding. I tried to explain that the college money had been saved over many years when I was working full-time, while I was now retired early to care for his mother, and our financial situation was completely different. I emphasized that Patricia's medical needs had to be the priority. Trevor said something that shocked me. "Mom doesn't even know who you are half the time. Why are you bankrupting yourself for someone who can't appreciate it? Put her in a facility and use the money you'd save to help me instead." I was horrified. Trevor was suggesting I should deprioritize his mother's care, place her in a facility before it was medically necessary, in order to fund his luxury wedding. He was framing his own mother's Alzheimer's care as wasteful spending that was preventing him from having his dream wedding. I told Trevor that conversation was over, and I wouldn't reconsider my $10,000 contribution. Trevor said if that was my final answer, then he didn't want my money at all. He'd rather have no contribution than accept what he considered a token amount that proves you don't really care. I said that was his choice, and I withdrew my offer entirely. If $10,000 wasn't enough, and came with resentment, I wouldn't give anything. Trevor could fund his own wedding as an adult, or accept what Amber's parents were willing to provide. Trevor didn't speak to me for 2 weeks. Then Patricia had a particularly bad episode. She became disoriented and aggressive, and I had to call emergency services. Trevor was listed as her emergency contact along with me, so he received notification about the incident. Trevor came to the hospital, but seemed more annoyed than concerned. While we waited for Patricia to be evaluated, Trevor brought up the wedding money again. He said he'd thought about it and would accept my $10,000 contribution after all, and maybe I could see what else I could pull together over the next few months before the wedding. I asked Trevor if he'd just watched his mother get taken to the emergency room in crisis, and his primary concern was still wedding funding. Trevor said that was unfair. He cared about his mom, but she was being medically cared for, and there was nothing he could do, while his wedding was something we could actually fix by me contributing more. That's when I made my decision final. I told Trevor I wouldn't be contributing anything to his wedding. The combination of his minimal involvement in his mother's care, his suggestion that I should deprioritize Patricia's needs for his wedding, and his focus on money even during a medical crisis had shown me that my financial support would be unappreciated, and his priorities were fundamentally incompatible with mine. Trevor was furious. He said I was punishing him for being honest about financial realities, and that I was using his mother's illness as an excuse to be cheap. He left the hospital and later sent me a message saying I was no longer invited to the wedding. The family fallout has been intense. Patricia's sister, Trevor's aunt, thinks I'm being unreasonably harsh on Trevor, saying he's young and struggling to cope with his mother's illness, and that withdrawing wedding support is punitive. She argues that I've supported Trevor financially his entire life, and suddenly stopping because of some insensitive comments is cruel. Several of Trevor's cousins have reached out saying I'm making Trevor's wedding about me and my feelings, and that a real father would support his son's happiness regardless of personal conflicts. They say Patricia would want me to support Trevor's wedding, and that I'm betraying her by refusing. Some of my friends support my decision, saying Trevor has shown appalling judgment and insensitivity. They point out he's barely involved in his mother's care, suggested I should deprioritize her medical needs for his party, and couldn't show appropriate concern even during a medical emergency. They think Trevor needs to face consequences for his entitled behavior. Amber has entered the conflict as well. She sent me a long message saying she understands I'm under stress caring for Patricia, but that I'm making Trevor feel unloved and unimportant by refusing to support his wedding. She said the wedding isn't just about money. It's about showing Trevor he's valued family, and my refusal sends a message that he'll never really be your son. Trevor has apparently told extended family that I'm refusing to contribute to his wedding because I never really considered him my son, and that I'm using Patricia's illness as an excuse to finally show my true feelings. He's framed this as me revealing that I only tolerated him for Patricia's sake, and now that she's not mentally present, I don't care about him anymore. Patricia's condition means she can't weigh in on this conflict, which makes it more painful. During her lucid moments, which are increasingly rare, I've tried to discuss it with her, but she becomes confused and distressed. I don't know what she'd want me to do. Support Trevor's wedding regardless of cost? Or prioritize her medical care and Trevor's character development? I'm financially supporting Trevor's mother's Alzheimer's care at enormous personal cost, while he visits occasionally and suggested I should reduce her care to fund his luxury wedding. When I refused to increase my contribution from $10,000 to $35,000, he rejected the money entirely and focused on wedding funding even during his mother's medical emergency. Am I wrong to have withdrawn all financial support? Should I have accepted Trevor's eventual agreement to take the $10,000, even though it came with clear resentment? Am I punishing him for poor coping with his mother's illness? Or am I appropriately setting boundaries with someone showing entitled and insensitive behavior? So Reddit, am I the for refusing to contribute anything to my stepson's wedding after he suggested I should reduce his mother's Alzheimer's care to fund his luxury ceremony? Even though I've supported him financially his entire life, and he's calling me cruel and unloving. AITA for refusing to donate bone marrow to my half-brother after years of abuse. 15. That's how old I, 27-year-old female, was when my half-brother, Connor, 32-year-old male, moved out of our house, and those were the worst years of my childhood. Now Connor needs me to donate bone marrow to save his life, and I've refused. My family is calling me heartless and telling me I'm essentially letting Connor die over childhood issues, but they don't understand, or refuse to acknowledge, the full scope of what Connor put me through. Our family situation was complicated from the start. Connor is my father's son from his first marriage. When Connor was 8 and I was 3, his mother died in a medical accident. My father was devastated and struggled to care for Connor alone while grieving. He met my mother when Connor was 10, and they married quickly, partly for love, but also because my father needed help raising a traumatized, grieving child. I don't remember a time when Connor didn't resent me. From my earliest memories, Connor made it clear I was an intruder in his family. He'd tell me I replaced his real mother, and that my mom was a fake trying to steal his father. He'd say my father only tolerated me because he loved my mother, but that he'd always love Connor more, because Connor reminded him of his real wife. As I got older, Connor's treatment escalated beyond verbal cruelty into systematic psychological abuse. He'd destroy my belongings and claim I'd lost them myself. He'd tell me elaborate lies designed to make me feel unsafe, claiming there were intruders in the house, that my parents were planning to send me to boarding school, that my mother was seriously ill and hiding it from me. He'd isolate me from friends by telling them I'd said cruel things about them, creating social drama that left me friendless. The worst part was that Connor was charming and manipulative with adults. Teachers, neighbors, and extended family all thought Connor was a delightful, well-adjusted young man. When I'd try to tell my parents about Connor's behavior, he'd convince them I was lying or exaggerating. He'd frame me as jealous of him, or as seeking attention through false accusations. My parents, particularly my father, enabled Connor's behavior because they felt sorry for him. He'd lost his mother young, and they believed his cruelty toward me was trauma-based acting out that he'd grow out of. They'd minimize my experiences. Connor's just having a hard time. Try to be understanding of what he's been through. Don't provoke him, and he'll leave you alone. But I wasn't provoking him. Connor targeted me relentlessly and deliberately. He'd wait until we were alone to say the most devastating things. He'd sabotage situations so I'd get in trouble. He'd break something and claim I did it. Or he'd forge my handwriting on notes he'd plant in my room containing evidence of bad behavior. The psychological toll was severe. I developed anxiety and depression as a teenager. I struggled in school because I was constantly stressed at home. I had no safe space. Connor's abuse was pervasive, and my parents didn't protect me. I felt like I was living with someone who hated me, and no one believed or helped me. When Connor left for college at 18, I was 13, I finally felt like I could breathe. The house became peaceful. My mental health improved dramatically. My grades recovered. I started making friends. The difference was so stark that even my parents noticed, though they still didn't connect it to Connor's absence. Connor came home for holidays and summer breaks, and each time he'd resume his cruel behavior toward me, though more subtly since he was only home temporarily. He'd make comments designed to undermine my confidence, spread rumors about me to family members, or do small things to make me uncomfortable in my own home. When I was 17, Connor did something unforgivable that finally made my parents see his cruelty, though by then the damage was done. I'd been accepted to my dream university with a partial scholarship. I'd worked incredibly hard despite my mental health struggles, and this acceptance represented hope for finally escaping to a place where Connor couldn't reach me. I was excited and proud. Connor, who was finishing his master's degree at the time, came home for Thanksgiving. During the visit, I overheard him on the phone with someone from my university's admissions office. He was impersonating me and withdrawing my acceptance, claiming I'd decided to attend elsewhere. I stopped him before he could complete the call, but he'd already created enough confusion that the admissions office flagged my account. I had to spend weeks sorting out the mess, proving my identity, confirming I hadn't actually withdrawn my acceptance, and explaining that someone had attempted to sabotage my enrollment. The university eventually restored my acceptance, but it was a traumatic, stressful experience during what should have been a celebratory time. When I confronted Connor, he laughed and said he was just messing around, and I was overreacting as usual. When I told my parents, they finally seemed to recognize the severity of Connor's behavior. They confronted him, and for the first time, they actually believed he deliberately tried to harm me, rather than dismissing it as sibling conflict. Connor's response was to claim I'd always been his parents' favorite, that they'd neglected his emotional needs after his mother died, and that their willingness to believe me now proved they'd never really loved him. He turned his cruelty into victimhood, making himself the injured party. My father felt terrible guilt about this. He wondered if Connor was right, if he'd failed Connor after his first wife's death, if marrying my mother had somehow damaged Connor, if Connor's cruelty was really a cry for help they'd ignored. Even after finally seeing Connor's deliberately cruel behavior, my father still found ways to make excuses for him. I went to university and minimized contact with Connor. I'd see him at major holidays, but we barely spoke. I built a life separate from him. Graduated, started a career, got engaged to my fiancé, Ryan. I was happy and healthy, finally free from Connor's presence in my daily life. Then, 6 months ago, Connor was diagnosed with acute myeloid leukemia. It's a serious blood cancer that requires aggressive treatment. Connor went through several rounds of chemotherapy, but the cancer didn't fully respond. His doctors determined he needs a bone marrow transplant to have the best chance of survival. My father, mother, and I were all tested as potential donors since family members are most likely to be matches. My parents weren't compatible matches, but I was. Nearly perfect match compatibility, in fact. Connor's doctors were excited by this news, saying a sibling match with this level of compatibility would give Connor the best possible transplant outcome. My father called me with this information and assumed I'd immediately agree to donate. When I said I needed time to think about it, he was confused and hurt. He said this was Connor's life at stake, and there wasn't time for hesitation. I spent 2 weeks researching bone marrow donation and wrestling with the decision. The medical procedure itself is serious, but not extraordinarily risky. They'd give me anesthesia and extract marrow from my hip bone, and I'd have pain and recovery time, but no permanent damage. The bigger issue was emotional and psychological. Donating bone marrow to Connor would mean undergoing an invasive, painful medical procedure to save the life of someone who'd spent years psychologically torturing me. Someone who'd never apologized, never acknowledged the damage he'd caused, and had only stopped abusing me because I'd moved away. Someone who'd tried to sabotage my university acceptance just years ago. After 2 weeks, I told my parents I wouldn't donate. I explained that I couldn't undergo a painful medical procedure for someone who'd caused me so much suffering and had never shown any remorse. I said Connor had spent years making my life miserable, and I wasn't obligated to save him at my own physical expense. My father was devastated and angry. He said I was holding childhood grudges against someone who was fighting for his life. He reminded me Connor had lost his mother young and had been traumatized, and that his behavior toward me, while wrong, had come from a place of pain. He said refusing to donate made me just as cruel as Connor had been, maybe more so, since I was literally deciding whether Connor would live or die. My mother was more sympathetic, but still urged me to reconsider. She said she understood Connor had hurt me, but that letting him die when I could save him was extreme. She worried I'd regret this decision forever if Connor died. Connor himself sent me a message begging for the donation. He acknowledged he'd not been a great brother and had said and done things I regret. He said he was sorry for hurting me and that he'd grown and changed. He said he wanted a chance to prove he could be better, but he needed to survive first. He said if I donated, he'd spend the rest of his life making amends and being the brother I deserved. The family pressure has been enormous. Extended family members have called me selfish, heartless, and vindictive. Several have said that whatever Connor did to me as a teenager, it wasn't worth letting him die over. They've pointed out I'd recover from the donation procedure in a few weeks, while Connor would die without it. How could I weigh temporary discomfort against someone's life? My father has been particularly harsh. He's said that if I don't donate and Connor dies, he'll never forgive me. He's told me I'm proving I never really considered Connor family, and that I'm showing a cruelty he never knew I was capable of. He said, "My mother didn't raise me to be someone who'd let her brother die out of spite." Connor's wife and children have also reached out. Connor has 2 young kids, ages 4 and 6. His wife sent me photos of them, with messages about how they need their father, and I'm the only one who can save him. She's said, "I'm not just refusing Connor. I'm making his children grow up without a father, because I can't forgive childhood conflicts." Some friends support my decision. They know my history with Connor and understand the abuse I suffered. They argue, no one is entitled to someone else's body or organs, regardless of family relationship or life or death circumstances. They say Connor spent years tormenting me, and I don't owe him anything, including a painful medical procedure. My fiancé Ryan fully supports whatever I decide, but has gently asked me to think about how I'll feel if Connor dies. He's worried I might regret this decision later, and wants me to be certain I can live with the consequences. My therapist has been carefully neutral, helping me process the decision without pushing me either direction. She's pointed out that both choices have significant consequences. If I donate, I'm prioritizing family obligation over my own boundaries and emotional healing. If I don't donate and Connor dies, I'll carry that weight forever, even if I believe I made the right choice. Here's what I keep struggling with. Connor spent my entire childhood making me miserable. He was cruel, deliberate, and never faced real consequences because he was seen as a traumatized child. He tried to sabotage my university acceptance when I was 17. He's only apologizing now because he needs something from me. But he's also dying. Without my bone marrow, Connor will likely die within months. His children will grow up without a father. My father will lose his firstborn son. Whatever Connor did to me, Does it justify refusing to save his life when I'm the only one who can? Or am I entitled to protect my own emotional well-being by refusing to undergo an invasive medical procedure for someone who traumatized me? Is bodily autonomy absolute, even when someone's life hangs in the balance? Do I owe Connor my bone marrow because we're family? Or does family obligation have limits when that family member spent years abusing me? I also wonder about Connor's apology. Is it genuine? Or is it manipulative, saying what he needs to say to get the donation? If I donate and Connor survives, will he actually make amends and treat me better? Or will he return to his old patterns once the crisis passes? Do I trust that his near-death experience has genuinely changed him? Or do I protect myself from further manipulation? So Reddit, AITA for refusing to donate bone marrow to my half-brother who needs it to survive, even though he'll likely die without it, and my family is calling me heartless and vindictive for refusing to save him over childhood conflicts. AITA for refusing to donate my eggs to my infertile sister after her betrayal. Eggs. That's the biological material my sister, Olivia, 33 euros female, desperately needs from me to have a biological child. And I, 30 euros female, have refused to provide them, despite enormous family pressure. I'm being called selfish, cruel, and heartless by most of my family because I won't undergo an invasive medical procedure to help my sister after what she did to me 5 years ago. But the people calling me an asshole don't know, or are deliberately ignoring, the full context of our history. Olivia and I were extremely close growing up. Only 3 years apart, we were best friends throughout childhood and young adulthood. We shared everything: clothes, secrets, friends, dreams. I trusted Olivia more than anyone else in the world. She was my person, the one I'd turn to with any problem or celebration. When I was 23, I met Derek, then 25 euros, and fell completely in love. Derek was kind, funny, ambitious, and we connected on every level. We dated for 2 years and got engaged when I was 25. I was planning my dream wedding, excited about building a life with Derek, and grateful to have a sister who was so involved and supportive of my happiness. Olivia was my maid of honor. She helped me choose my dress, plan the bachelorette party, and coordinate countless wedding details. She seemed genuinely excited for me, and told me repeatedly how happy she was that I'd found someone as wonderful as Derek. I trusted her completely with all aspects of my wedding planning and with Derek himself. The three of us spent significant time together as Derek became integrated into my family. 3 weeks before my wedding, I came home early from work one day because I wasn't feeling well. I walked into my apartment and found Derek and Olivia in my bed together. Not kissing, or in some compromising but potentially innocent position, actively having sex in the bed I shared with my fiancé, in the apartment Derek and I lived in together. The betrayal was so complete and devastating that I initially thought I was hallucinating or having a nightmare. But it was real. Derek and Olivia, the two people I trusted most in the world, were having an affair. And based on the panicked conversation that followed, this wasn't a one-time impulsive mistake. They'd been sleeping together for at least 6 months, throughout most of my engagement. Derek had been having sex with my sister while helping me plan our wedding. Olivia had been sleeping with my fiancé while serving as my maid of honor and helping me choose flowers and bridesmaids' dresses. They'd both been lying to my face daily for half a year, carrying on their affair while I planned to spend my life with Derek and confided my deepest feelings to Olivia. I ended my engagement immediately. The betrayal was so profound I couldn't even process it fully. I just knew my relationship with Derek was over, and I needed him out of my life. The wedding was canceled with 3 weeks' notice, resulting in lost deposits and significant financial losses, not to mention the humiliation of explaining to 150 guests why the wedding wasn't happening. But somehow, the situation with Olivia felt even worse than Derek's betrayal. Derek was my partner, and partners sometimes betray each other. It's devastating but comprehensible. But Olivia was my sister, my best friend since childhood, someone whose love I'd thought was unconditional and permanent. Her betrayal felt like the ground disappearing beneath my feet. When I confronted Olivia, she initially tried to minimize what had happened. She said it just happened, that she and Derek had connected unexpectedly, and that she never meant to hurt me. She actually suggested we could work through this as sisters, and that eventually I'd forgive her and we'd be close again. But then, about 6 weeks after I discovered the affair and ended my engagement, Olivia called me to say she and Derek had decided to start dating officially. She said they'd fallen in love and couldn't deny their feelings anymore. She wanted my blessing to pursue a relationship with my ex-fiancé, the man I'd been planning to marry, who she'd been secretly sleeping with for 6 months. I was stunned by the audacity. Olivia genuinely seemed to believe that after destroying my engagement through an affair, she now deserved my support for a relationship with Derek. She framed it as something that had happened to her, rather than something she'd deliberately chosen, as if she and Derek were star-crossed lovers who couldn't help their attraction. I told Olivia I wanted nothing to do with her or Derek, that what they'd done was unforgivable, and that I considered our relationship as sisters permanently destroyed. Olivia cried and said I was being unforgiving and holding a grudge over something that was painful but ultimately meant to be. She said she hoped someday I'd understand that love happens unexpectedly and forgive her. I cut Olivia out of my life completely. I blocked her on all platforms, declined invitations to family events where she'd be present, and made it clear to my parents that I wanted no contact or updates about Olivia's life. My parents were heartbroken about the rift between their daughters, but ultimately understood why I couldn't maintain a relationship with Olivia. Olivia and Derek did pursue their relationship. They dated for about 2 years before getting married in a small ceremony I obviously didn't attend. My parents went to the wedding, which was painful, but I understood they were in an impossible position. I maintained my distance and focused on rebuilding my life, healing from the betrayal, and eventually dating again. I'm now engaged to a wonderful man named James, 32-year male, who knows my history with Olivia and has been incredibly supportive. I've built a happy life without Olivia in it, and while the betrayal still hurts when I think about it, I've moved forward and found genuine happiness. Then 3 months ago, my mother called with news that's created the current crisis. Olivia has been trying to get pregnant for 2 years without success. After extensive fertility testing, doctors discovered Olivia has diminished ovarian reserve and poor egg quality, making it virtually impossible for her to conceive using her own eggs. If Olivia wants to have a biological child, she needs an egg donor. The doctors recommended using a family member as donor if possible, since genetic similarity would mean the child would still be biologically related to Olivia through shared family DNA. The ideal donor would be a sister, which means me. My mother explained all of this and then asked if I'd consider being tested as a potential egg donor for Olivia. She emphasized how devastated Olivia was about her fertility struggles and how much it would mean if I could help her have a child. I immediately said no. The answer was instantaneous and absolute. I would not donate my eggs to Olivia under any circumstances. My mother seemed shocked by the definitiveness of my refusal and asked me to at least think about it before making a final decision. But there was nothing to think about. Olivia destroyed my engagement through a prolonged affair with my fiancé, showed no genuine remorse, and then pursued a relationship with him while expecting my blessing. I'd cut her out of my life 5 years ago, and that decision hadn't changed. I certainly wasn't going to undergo an invasive medical procedure to help her have a child. Some family members have suggested I'm being vindictive and using Olivia's infertility as an opportunity for revenge. They've said that yes, what Olivia did was wrong, But that was years ago, and I've moved on with my life. I'm engaged and happy. So why can't I let go of the past enough to help her have a child? Olivia herself wrote me a long letter, delivered through my mother since I still have her blocked, begging for my help. She acknowledged that what she did 5 years ago was terrible, and that she understood why I was angry. She said she'd spent years in therapy working through her actions and understanding the pain she caused. She apologized and said she'd do anything to make amends if I'd just consider helping her have a baby. In the letter, Olivia said she's been punished enough. She knows I hate her, we'll never be sisters again, and she's had to live with the guilt of betraying me. But she said her infertility feels like a separate punishment that's disproportionate to her past actions. She's begging me not to let her inability to have biological children be another consequence of what she did 5 years ago. The emotional manipulation has been intense. Family members have sent me photos of Olivia crying, told me about her depression over infertility, and emphasized how desperate she is to become a mother. They've said I have the power to grant her greatest wish, and I'm refusing, out of pride and an inability to forgive. Some have gotten more aggressive, saying I'm playing God with someone's fertility, and that I'll regret this decision when I'm older and understand how precious family is. Others have suggested I'm being hypocritical. I've moved on and found happiness, but I won't let Olivia do the same by helping her have a child. James, my fiancé, fully supports my decision and thinks my family's pressure is inappropriate. He said that no one is entitled to someone else's biological material, and that the history between Olivia and me makes this request particularly outrageous. He's angry on my behalf that my family is pressuring me about such a personal medical decision. My closest friends also support me. They remember how devastated I was when I discovered the affair, how the betrayal affected me for years, and they think Olivia has enormous audacity to ask me for eggs after what she did. They've said the egg donation process is medically intensive and has risks, and no one should undergo it unless they genuinely want to. But I'm struggling with the guilt and the family pressure. Part of me knows Olivia's infertility isn't my responsibility, and I have every right to refuse. But another part of me wonders, am I being vindictive? Is refusing to help with Olivia's infertility just another way of punishing her for what she did 5 years ago? I've also thought about the potential child. If I donate eggs and Olivia has a baby, that child would be genetically half mine. Would I be able to live knowing my biological child was out there being raised by Olivia and Derek? Would it complicate my own future children's understanding of family? These aren't just logistical questions. They're profound, emotional, and ethical ones. My therapist has been helpful in processing this. She's pointed out that I have bodily autonomy and no obligation to undergo a medical procedure for anyone, regardless of family relationship or circumstances. She's also helped me examine whether my refusal is about protecting myself or punishing Olivia. Those motivations can coexist, and neither necessarily makes me wrong. I've asked myself honestly, if Olivia and I had a good relationship, would I donate eggs to help her? Probably yes. I'd want to help my sister have a child if we were close. But we're not close because Olivia destroyed our relationship through her affair with my fiancé. The fact that I wouldn't donate to her now is a consequence of her actions, not vindictiveness on my part. So Reddit. AITA for refusing to donate my eggs to my infertile sister 5 years after she had an affair with my fiancé, even though my family says I'm condemning her to childlessness and being unforgiving. AIDA for refusing to donate my kidney to my sister after what she did. Kidney. That's the word that's dominated my life for the past 3 months, and it's torn my family completely apart. I'm 26-year-old female, being called selfish, cruel, and vindictive by most of my family because I've refused to donate my kidney to my older sister, Claire, 29-year-old female, who's in kidney failure and desperately needs a transplant. But here's what they don't know, or refuse to acknowledge, about why I made this decision. Claire and I were never particularly close growing up. She was the golden child, popular, beautiful, effortlessly successful at everything, while I was the awkward younger sister who lived in her shadow. Our parents constantly compared us, always in ways that made it clear Claire was the superior daughter. I learned to accept this dynamic and tried to carve out my own identity separate from Claire's achievements. 4 years ago, I met my boyfriend, Tyler, at college. We fell deeply in love and dated for 2 years before getting engaged. Tyler was kind, supportive, and was the first person who made me feel like I was enough just as myself, not as Claire's little sister. I was happier than I'd ever been. Our families met, wedding planning began, and I was finally building a life that was mine, not defined by comparison to Claire. Then about 18 months ago, Claire went through a bad breakup with her longtime boyfriend. She was devastated and moved back home with our parents. I felt bad for her and tried to be supportive, inviting her to wedding planning events and girls' nights with Tyler and me. Tyler was kind to Claire, offering a sympathetic ear about her breakup since he'd been through something similar before we met. What I didn't realize was that Claire and Tyler were growing inappropriately close. They'd text frequently, meet for coffee, to talk. And Tyler started canceling plans with me because he was helping Claire through a tough time. I trusted both of them completely. So when I found it odd, I pushed down my concerns and told myself I was being paranoid and jealous, like I'd always been of Claire. Then, 8 months ago, I found text messages between Tyler and Claire that made it clear they'd been having an affair for at least 4 months. The messages were explicit, romantic, and showed they'd been intimate multiple times, including in the apartment Tyler and I shared while I was at work. When I confronted them separately, both initially denied everything, then minimized it as just happening and not meaning anything serious. But the worst part was learning that Claire had deliberately pursued Tyler. In messages between Claire and her friend, she'd written things like, "I can't believe how easy this was," and "Tyler was always too good for her anyway," and "It's not my fault if he realizes he wants someone better." Claire had systematically seduced my fiancé as some kind of twisted competition or validation that she was still superior to me, even in my own relationship. I was devastated. I called off the engagement immediately and cut contact with both Tyler and Claire. Our parents initially seemed sympathetic, but within weeks, they were pressuring me to forgive and move forward, because these things happen, and Claire's going through a hard time and made a mistake. They wanted me to accept Claire and Tyler as a couple and attend family events where they'd be together. I refused. I told my parents that Claire had deliberately destroyed my relationship, had betrayed me in the worst possible way, and that I wanted nothing to do with her. My parents accused me of being overdramatic and holding grudges, and said I needed to be the bigger person, since Claire was my sister. They made it clear they expected me to accept the situation and maintain family harmony. I moved to a different city, started therapy, and began rebuilding my life. It was incredibly painful, but I was slowly healing. Tyler and Claire apparently continued their relationship for about 6 months before breaking up, which my parents mentioned casually as if I'd care. I maintained minimal contact with my family, primarily through texts with my mom, and avoided any events where Claire would be present. Then, 3 months ago, my mom called with urgent news. Claire had been diagnosed with kidney failure, caused by an undiagnosed autoimmune condition. Her kidneys were functioning at less than 15% capacity, and she needed a transplant urgently. She'd been placed on the transplant waiting list, but the wait time was years, and her condition was deteriorating rapidly. Without a living donor, Claire might not survive long enough to receive a deceased donor kidney. My parents had already been tested and weren't compatible matches. They were calling to tell me that as Claire's sister, I had a higher likelihood of being a match, and they wanted me to get tested immediately. My mom was crying, saying Claire's life depended on finding a donor, and that this was a chance for our family to heal and come together through crisis. I told my mom I needed time to think about it. Her response was immediate and harsh. "What is there to think about? She's your sister and she'll die without a kidney. You need to get tested tomorrow." When I tried to explain that this was a complicated decision given our history, my mom cut me off. "Whatever happened between you two doesn't matter now. This is life and death. If you don't help her, you're basically killing your sister." I did think about it carefully. I researched living kidney donation extensively. It's major surgery with real risks: infection, blood clots, chronic pain, and even death in rare cases. Recovery takes months. There's also a small but real risk of kidney failure in the remaining kidney later in life, which would leave me in the same position Claire is in now. Living donors can face insurance discrimination and higher premiums. It's not a simple, risk-free procedure. Beyond the medical considerations, I thought about the emotional reality. This was the same sister who deliberately seduced my fiancé, destroyed my engagement, showed no remorse, and had made it clear through her messages that she viewed it as proving her superiority over me. My parents had pressured me to forgive her and maintain family harmony, while completely dismissing my pain. Now they expected me to undergo major surgery and permanently alter my body to save the sister who'd betrayed me so callously. After 2 weeks of reflection, I told my parents I wouldn't be getting tested as a potential donor. I explained that I'd researched the risks, that this was a major medical decision, and that I wasn't comfortable proceeding. I didn't owe them a more detailed explanation about my reasoning, but the reality was that Claire's actions and the family's response had destroyed any sense of obligation I felt toward her. My parents were horrified. My dad called me selfish and said I was sentencing Claire to death over ancient history about a boyfriend. My mom cried and said she'd never forgive me if Claire died, and that I was proving I'd never really been part of the family if I could be so cruel when it mattered most. They said the affair was in the past and irrelevant compared to Claire's life. Extended family got involved quickly. Aunts, uncles, cousins all started calling and texting, saying I needed to do the right thing and save my sister's life. Several said that yes, what Claire did was wrong, but that holding a grudge while she's dying made me the worse person. My grandmother told me that if I let Claire die over a boy, I'd have to live with that guilt forever and wouldn't be welcome in the family. The pressure has been relentless and brutal. My parents have told me that if I don't donate, they'll cut me off completely, and I'll no longer be their daughter. Several cousins have said they'll never speak to me again if Claire dies and I could have saved her. Family friends have contacted me saying they're praying I'll find it in my heart to forgive and do this life-saving act. Claire herself finally reached out last week. She sent a long message saying she knows what she did was terrible, that she's been in therapy and understands she hurt me deeply, and that she's genuinely sorry. She said she's not asking for forgiveness or reconciliation, just for a chance to live. She wrote, "I know I don't deserve your help after what I did, but I'm begging you to be the better person I wasn't. Please don't let me die because I was selfish and cruel. I'm sorry for everything." Some friends I've confided in think I should donate. They argue that saving a life transcends personal grudges, and that I'd regret it forever if Claire died and I could have prevented it. They say donating doesn't mean I have to forgive Claire or rebuild the relationship. I can save her life and still maintain boundaries. They point out that the kidney situation isn't Claire's fault. Her autoimmune disease isn't something she caused or deserved. Other friends support my decision to refuse. They argue that no one is entitled to someone else's body or organs, regardless of family relationship or crisis. They say major surgery with permanent health implications is not something you can guilt or pressure someone into, and that my parents' emotional manipulation is abusive. They point out that I don't owe Claire a kidney just because we share DNA, especially after she deliberately destroyed my relationship with no remorse. My therapist has been carefully neutral, helping me process the decision without pushing either direction. She's pointed out that both choices have consequences I'll have to live with. If I donate and something goes wrong medically, or if I don't donate and Claire dies, either outcome will affect me permanently. Here's what keeps me up at night. I genuinely don't know if I'm making this decision based on principle, bodily autonomy, not owing someone who hurt me, or if I'm punishing Claire for what she did by withholding something that could save her life. Am I standing up for myself and refusing to be guilted into major surgery? Or am I being vindictive and using Claire's medical crisis as revenge for the affair? I also worry about the long-term consequences. If I don't donate and Claire dies, I'll carry that for the rest of my life. My family will never forgive me. Every family event, holiday, and milestone will be shadowed by the daughter who let her sister die. I'll be estranged from most of my family permanently. Even if I make peace with my decision, can I live with being seen as the person who chose spite over saving a life? But if I do donate, am I betraying myself? Am I teaching my family that they can treat me terribly and I'll still sacrifice my health and well-being when they demand it? Am I setting a precedent that their needs always supersede my boundaries? Will I resent Claire and my family forever if complications arise from the surgery? The deadline is approaching. Claire's doctors say she has maybe 6 months left without a transplant. My parents have given me an ultimatum. Get tested by the end of this month or be permanently removed from the family. Claire's condition is deteriorating, and I'm paralyzed by the weight of this decision. So, Reddit. Am I the for refusing to donate my kidney to my sister who destroyed my engagement by sleeping with my fiancé, even though she'll likely die without a transplant, and my entire family has disowned me over this decision? AITA for revealing my stepsister stole my late mom's jewelry at her wedding? Wedding. That's the sacred occasion I'm accused of ruining for my stepsister, Vanessa, 29-year female, by exposing a theft that had haunted me for 5 years. I'm 27-year female, being called petty, jealous, and vindictive by most of my family for confronting Vanessa publicly during her wedding reception. But they've dismissed the fact that she's been wearing my deceased mother's stolen jewelry and lying about it for years. The backstory is essential to understanding my actions. My mother died from breast cancer when I was 17. She fought for 3 years before passing, and those were the most devastating years of my life. Before she died, my mother gave me her jewelry collection. Not expensive pieces, but items with deep sentimental value. Her engagement ring from my father, a pearl necklace her grandmother had given her, several bracelets and earrings that had been gifts throughout her life. My mother explicitly told me these pieces were for me to keep, wear, and eventually pass down to my own children. She wanted me to have tangible reminders of her love. I treasured these pieces more than anything I owned because they represented my connection to my mother. About 6 months after my mother's death, my father started dating Rebecca, now 51-year female, and within a year they were married. It felt rushed and painful. I was still grieving my mother, and suddenly had a stepmother and stepsister, Vanessa, in my life. I tried to be accepting because my father seemed happy, but the adjustment was incredibly difficult. Vanessa and I were never close, despite our parents' marriage. She was 2 years older, had her own established life, and seemed to view me as an inconvenient addition to her mother's new marriage. We were polite but distant, more like acquaintances sharing family events than actual sisters. When I went away to college at 18, I left my mother's jewelry at my father's house in my bedroom, stored in the decorative wooden box my mother had kept them in. I'd wear pieces when I came home for visits, but otherwise kept them safe in what I considered my secure childhood bedroom. During my sophomore year of college, I came home for winter break and discovered the jewelry box was missing from my dresser. I searched everywhere, thinking maybe it had been moved during cleaning, but it was completely gone. Every single piece of my mother's jewelry had disappeared. I was devastated and immediately told my father. He seemed genuinely confused and said he hadn't touched or moved anything from my room. We searched the entire house together but found nothing. I asked if there had been any break-ins or if anyone else had been in the house. My father mentioned Rebecca had been doing some reorganizing and decluttering while I was away at school, but insisted she wouldn't have touched my personal belongings. When I asked Rebecca about the jewelry, she seemed annoyed by the question and said she hadn't seen any jewelry box and suggested I'd probably misplaced it myself before leaving for college. She implied I was being dramatic and that the jewelry probably wasn't as valuable or important as I was claiming. I filed a police report for stolen property, but without evidence of forced entry or suspects, there was nothing law enforcement could really do. The monetary value of the pieces wasn't enormous, maybe $8,000 total, but the sentimental value was irreplaceable. I was heartbroken and furious, convinced someone in the household had taken my mother's jewelry, but unable to prove anything. Over the years, I'd occasionally bring up the missing jewelry with my father, hoping something would turn up or someone would remember something. Rebecca would always act irritated by these conversations, saying I needed to move on and stop dwelling on material possessions when I should be focused on memories of my mother instead. I moved on with my life as best I could, but the loss of my mother's jewelry remained a painful wound. Those pieces had been my tangible connection to her, and losing them felt like losing her twice. I'd sometimes dream about finding the jewelry mysteriously returned, or discovering it had been safely stored somewhere I'd forgotten. Fast forward 5 years to 3 months ago. Vanessa got engaged to her longtime boyfriend, Eric, and began planning a large, expensive wedding. The entire planning process was elaborate and over the top, with Rebecca heavily involved in every detail. I was invited, but wasn't part of the bridal party or inner wedding circle, which was fine. Vanessa and I had never been close. About 6 weeks before the wedding, Vanessa posted engagement photos on social media. I was scrolling through Instagram when I noticed something that made my heart stop. In several photos, Vanessa was wearing jewelry that looked exactly like my mother's pieces. Specifically, I could clearly see my mother's pearl necklace and what appeared to be her sapphire bracelet. I zoomed in on the photos and felt certain these were my mother's pieces. The pearl necklace had a distinctive clasp that had been custom-made when the original broke. The sapphire bracelet had a small, unique imperfection in one of the stones that was visible in the high-resolution photos. These weren't just similar pieces. They were my mother's stolen jewelry. I immediately called my father and sent him screenshots of the photos. He examined them and agreed the jewelry looked identical to my mother's pieces, including the distinctive features. He seemed shocked and confused, saying he'd ask Rebecca and Vanessa about where those pieces came from. When my father confronted them, Rebecca and Vanessa claimed the jewelry had been gifts from Rebecca to Vanessa, family heirlooms from Rebecca's side that just coincidentally looked similar to my mother's pieces. They acted offended that I was accusing them of theft and said I was being paranoid and jealous because Vanessa was getting married. But I knew what I was seeing. The distinctive clasp, the imperfection in the sapphire, these weren't coincidences. These were my mother's pieces that had disappeared from my room 5 years ago, now being worn by Vanessa and claimed as Rebecca's family jewelry. I wanted to confront them directly, but my father urged caution, saying we needed proof before making serious accusations that could tear the family apart. I struggled with this for weeks, watching Vanessa post more wedding-related photos, several showing her wearing additional pieces I recognized, earrings my mother had worn to my middle school graduation, a gold bracelet that had been a gift from my grandfather. The day before Vanessa's wedding, I made a decision. I contacted my mother's sister, my aunt, and asked if she had any photographs of my mother wearing her jewelry. My aunt had been my mother's closest confidant and had extensive photo albums. She sent me dozens of photos showing my mother wearing various pieces of her jewelry collection throughout the years. I spent hours that night making a detailed comparison document. Photos of my mother wearing each piece of jewelry, alongside screenshots of Vanessa wearing those same pieces in recent social media posts. The matching was irrefutable. The pearl necklace with its distinctive clasp, the sapphire bracelet with the small imperfection, the gold earrings, the vintage brooch. At least 8 pieces that Vanessa was wearing and claiming as family heirlooms from Rebecca's side were clearly shown in decades-old photographs of my mother. I went to Vanessa's wedding the next day with this documentation printed and organized in a folder. I attended the ceremony quietly, watching Vanessa get married while wearing my mother's pearl necklace, the necklace that was supposed to be mine, that my dying mother had explicitly given me to remember her by. During the reception, after dinner but before the dancing started, I approached the head table where Vanessa, Eric, and both sets of parents were seated. I brought my folder of photographs and evidence. In front of the immediate family group, I calmly said I needed to discuss something important with Vanessa and Rebecca. I opened the folder and showed the photographs of my mother wearing her jewelry, alongside the images of Vanessa wearing those same pieces. I explained that these pieces had been explicitly given to me by my dying mother, had disappeared from my childhood bedroom 5 years ago while Rebecca was reorganizing, and were now being worn by Vanessa and claimed as Rebecca's family heirlooms. Vanessa's face went pale and then red. Rebecca immediately became defensive, saying I was making a scene at a wedding, and this was inappropriate timing for such accusations. My father looked shocked and upset. Eric seemed completely confused about what was happening. I stayed calm but firm. I said I'd tried addressing this privately and had been dismissed and gaslit for 5 years. I'd been told I misplaced the jewelry, that I was being dramatic, that I should move on. But now I had irrefutable proof that my mother's stolen jewelry was being worn by Vanessa, and I wanted answers. Several family members and guests at nearby tables had noticed the confrontation and were watching or listening. Vanessa started crying and ran from the reception hall. Rebecca followed her, but not before telling me I was a vindictive, jealous person who'd ruined her daughter's wedding day over old jewelry. My father stayed and examined the photographs I'd brought. He seemed devastated as he looked through the evidence. Clear photos of my mother wearing each piece, some from 20 or 30 years ago, now being worn by Vanessa in recent photos. The comparison was undeniable. The reception continued but was understandably awkward. Many guests knew something significant had happened but didn't know details. Some family members approached me saying I should have waited until after the wedding to address this issue. Others quietly told me they'd always suspected something wasn't right about the jewelry situation. Vanessa and Eric left the reception early. The rest of the celebration felt subdued and uncomfortable. I left before the official end, knowing I'd caused a scene that would overshadow Vanessa's wedding memories. The aftermath has been explosive and divisive. Rebecca has refused to speak to me and has demanded my father choose between his wife and his daughter. Vanessa sent me a long message admitting that yes, Rebecca had given her my mother's jewelry, but claiming she didn't know its origins at the time. She said Rebecca told her the pieces were family jewelry from Rebecca's grandmother, and she had no idea they'd actually been my mother's stolen possessions. Vanessa says she's devastated to learn the truth, but that I ruined her wedding day by confronting her publicly instead of handling it privately afterward. She's offered to return the jewelry, but says I've destroyed any possibility of family relationship by humiliating her at her wedding. Rebecca has maintained various contradictory stories, first denying the jewelry was my mother's, then claiming my mother had given pieces to her before dying, completely false. Then finally admitting she'd taken the jewelry from my room, but claiming she'd assumed it was family jewelry that should be shared between both daughters in the new blended family. My father is caught in an impossible situation. He's confirmed the jewelry is clearly my mother's and has demanded Rebecca return it to me immediately. Rebecca did finally return most of the pieces, though a few are missing. But my father is facing intense pressure from Rebecca to choose sides, and their marriage is in serious trouble. Extended family opinions are violently split. Some think I was completely justified. Rebecca stole my deceased mother's jewelry, gave it to Vanessa. They both lied about it for years, and I had every right to confront them when I finally had proof. They argue that Vanessa chose to wear stolen jewelry to her wedding, and facing consequences for that choice isn't my fault. Others think my timing was vindictive and cruel. They say yes, the jewelry was stolen and should be returned, but that confronting Vanessa during her wedding reception was deliberately chosen to cause maximum humiliation and damage. They argue I could have waited until the day after the wedding, or handled it through lawyers without ruining Vanessa's celebration. So Reddit, AITA for confronting my stepsister during her wedding reception with proof that she was wearing my deceased mother's stolen jewelry, even though it created a scene that ruined her wedding day and fractured the family. AITA for revealing my ex-fiance's secret after she took custody of my dog. Dog. That's the being at the center of the most devastating betrayal and complicated revenge story of my life. And I, 32-year male, need to know if what I did makes me a terrible person. My ex-fiancée, Laura, 30-year-old female, and half our mutual friends think I'm vindictive and cruel, while the other half believe I was justified. I'm lost in the moral ambiguity of my own actions. 4 years ago, I adopted a German Shepherd puppy I named Bear from a rescue organization. Bear was my best friend, my constant companion, and genuinely the most important relationship in my life. I'm not exaggerating when I say I structured my entire life around Bear. I turned down job opportunities that would require relocation. I chose my apartment based on having a yard for him, and I spent thousands annually on training, vet care, and premium food. I met Laura 3 years ago, and we connected over our shared love of dogs. She had a golden retriever named Daisy, and Bear and Daisy became instant friends. Laura and I fell in love quickly, and within a year we were engaged and planning to move in together. We found a house with a big yard perfect for both dogs, and we were building what seemed like an ideal life. Here's where things get legally complicated. When Laura and I moved in together, we decided to register both dogs under both our names with the city licensing system. Laura argued this made sense for practical reasons. If one of us was traveling and the other needed to take a dog to the emergency vet, having both names on the registration would avoid complications. I agreed, thinking it was sensible planning for our shared household. We also opened a joint bank account for shared expenses, including pet care. We contributed equally and used it for vet bills, food, grooming, and other dog-related costs for both Bear and Daisy. Again, this seemed like reasonable financial management for a committed couple building a life together. Our engagement lasted about 18 months before things started unraveling. Without going into every detail, Laura and I grew apart. We wanted different things long-term. She wanted to move to a different state for a career opportunity. I was committed to staying near my aging parents. We had different views on starting a family. The relationship died slowly through accumulated incompatibilities, rather than any dramatic betrayal or incident. We broke up as amicably as possible under the circumstances, and began the painful process of separating our intertwined lives. We divided furniture, closed the joint bank account, and figured out the lease situation for our house. The most emotional part was figuring out custody of the dogs. Daisy was clearly Laura's dog. She'd had Daisy before we met, and the emotional bond was exclusively theirs. Bear was clearly my dog by the same logic, but Laura argued that because both dogs were registered under both our names and had been cared for using joint funds for 2 years, the situation was more complicated than simple, you take yours, I take mine. Laura proposed a shared custody arrangement where we'd alternate weeks with both dogs, keeping Bear and Daisy together since they'd bonded so closely. I initially agreed, thinking this could work and wanting to be fair about the dog's friendship. But shared custody was a disaster. Laura would return Bear to me with concerning issues. He'd be anxious, occasionally aggressive, and clearly stressed. I noticed she wasn't following his training protocols or dietary restrictions. Bear had food sensitivities that required specific nutrition management. When I bring up concerns, Laura would accuse me of being controlling and nitpicking her pet care. After 3 months of difficult shared custody, I told Laura I wanted to end the arrangement and each keep our own dogs full-time. Laura refused, insisting the shared arrangement was best for both dogs, since they'd grown up together, and separation would be cruel to them. Then Laura took legal action that blindsided me. She filed a civil suit claiming joint ownership of Bear based on the city registration documents and the history of using joint funds for his care. She argued that Bear had become jointly owned property during our relationship, and she was entitled to at least partial custody, or even full custody, depending on what was best for the animal. I was shocked and retained an attorney. My lawyer explained that pet custody disputes were increasingly common and legally complicated. While I'd adopted Bear before meeting Laura, and he was unquestionably my dog, emotionally and historically, the legal registration under both names and the use of joint funds created ambiguity. Courts in our state had discretion to award pet custody based on various factors, including who could provide better care. The legal battle was expensive and emotionally exhausting. We both presented evidence, vet records, training certifications, character witnesses, proof of expenses. I showed I'd been Bear's primary caregiver even during our relationship, that I'd paid for his adoption and initial care, and that I had documented concerns about how Laura cared for him during our custody arrangement. Laura presented evidence that she'd been equally involved in Bear's care, that Bear had bonded with her during our relationship, and that separating Bear from Daisy would be cruel, given their close friendship. She also argued that my work schedule was less flexible than hers, making her better positioned to provide daily care. The judge ruled in Laura's favor. He decided that given the legal registration under both names, the history of joint financial support, and his assessment that Laura could provide slightly better daily care due to her more flexible work schedule, Laura should have primary custody, with me receiving visitation rights. I was devastated. The judge awarded me visitation with my own dog, every other weekend and 1 evening per week. Bear, the animal I'd adopted and raised from puppyhood, was now legally living with my ex-fiancé, who I believed wasn't providing appropriate care. The financial costs were enormous too. Between attorney fees and court costs, I'd spent nearly $18,000 fighting for custody of my own dog and had lost. Laura's legal fees were probably similar. 2 people had spent a combined $35,000 plus fighting over a dog. I complied with the custody arrangement but was heartbroken every time I had to return Bear to Laura. During my visitation time, I'd notice ongoing issues. Bear's anxiety seemed worse. He'd gained weight, suggesting Laura wasn't following his exercise routine, and his coat condition suggested dietary problems. But I felt powerless. The court had ruled, and unless I could prove actual abuse or neglect, which I couldn't, Laura was providing adequate basic care even if it wasn't optimal. I had no recourse. I had to accept that Bear, my best friend for 4 years, was now living primarily with someone else. That's when I discovered Laura's secret, and everything changed. During one of my weekend visitations with Bear, I was at a dog park when I encountered Jason, someone I vaguely recognized from Laura's social circle. We started chatting about dogs, and Jason made a comment about how Laura's new girlfriend seemed to be adjusting well to living with the dogs. New girlfriend? I asked Jason what he meant, and he looked uncomfortable, clearly realizing he'd revealed something. He eventually explained that Laura had been dating a woman named Michelle for about 4 months, and Michelle had recently moved into Laura's house. This was significant for a specific reason. During our custody trial, Laura had extensively testified about her lifestyle, living situation, and ability to provide stable care for Bear. She'd presented herself as living alone in a stable home environment. Laura had been dating Michelle for at least 2 months before our trial, but had never disclosed this relationship to the court. More importantly, Michelle had a documented history with animal control. 2 years ago, she'd been cited for inadequate care of her own dogs, and one of her animals had been removed from her home due to neglect. This information was public record, but only discoverable if you knew to look for it. If Laura's relationship with Michelle had been disclosed during our trial, it would have been relevant to the custody decision. A judge considering what's best for the animal would absolutely want to know if the dog would be living with someone who had a documented history of animal neglect. I'd lost custody of Bear partially based on Laura's representation of her living situation and home environment. She'd omitted material information about her relationship and her girlfriend's history, and that omission had directly impacted the judge's ruling. I consulted with my attorney about whether this constituted grounds to revisit the custody ruling. He said it possibly could, if we could prove Laura had intentionally concealed the relationship, and if Michelle's history represented a genuine concern for Bear's welfare. But reopening the case would cost thousands more in legal fees with no guarantee of success. I made a different decision. I compiled everything I'd learned about Michelle's animal neglect history, the animal control citations, the court records from when her dog was removed, witness statements from that case. I also documented the timeline of Laura's relationship with Michelle, showing it had been ongoing during our trial. Then I sent this information to Laura with a message. I know about Michelle and her history. You concealed a material relationship during our custody trial. I'm willing to let that go if you agree to voluntarily revise our custody arrangement to give me primary custody of Bear, with you receiving reasonable visitation. If you refuse, I'll file a motion to reopen the custody case based on your concealment and Michelle's documented history of animal neglect. Laura was furious. She called me immediately, screaming that I was blackmailing her and trying to weaponize her private life against her. She said her relationship with Michelle was none of my business, and that Michelle's past issues with pets were resolved and irrelevant. I responded that if the relationship was irrelevant, she should have disclosed it during the trial when asked about her living situation and household stability. I said the judge had made his ruling based on incomplete information, and Laura had deliberately concealed facts that would have influenced his decision. Laura refused to agree to my proposed custody revision. She said Michelle's past was years ago, that she'd completed required animal care classes, and that I was using private information to manipulate the custody situation. She accused me of stalking her life to find ammunition to get Bear back. So I filed the motion to reopen the custody case. I presented all the evidence about Michelle's history, the timeline of Laura and Michelle's relationship, and Laura's testimony during the original trial that had omitted this information. I argued that the judge's ruling had been based on materially incomplete information and should be reconsidered. Laura's attorney argued that her private romantic life was not subject to disclosure requirements, and that Michelle's years-old animal control issues were irrelevant to Laura's ability to care for Bear. Laura testified that she'd been entitled to privacy about her relationship status, and that I was maliciously using her personal life to relitigate a settled custody dispute. The judge was not sympathetic to Laura. He said that when asked about her living situation and household stability during the original trial, Laura had an obligation to disclose material information, like a cohabiting partner, especially one with a documented history relevant to animal welfare. He said Laura's omission had been, at minimum, highly misleading, and had potentially influenced his original ruling. The judge revised the custody arrangement, giving me primary custody of Bear, with Laura receiving visitation rights. Essentially, he reversed the original ruling. I got my dog back. But the fallout has been brutal and complex. Laura's friends and some mutual acquaintances say I've outed Laura's relationship in a malicious way and used her private life as a weapon to get what I wanted. They argue that Michelle's past animal control issues were minor and resolved, and that I weaponized them because I was bitter about losing the original custody case. They say I've essentially blackmailed Laura by threatening to expose her relationship unless she gave me the dog, and when that didn't work, I followed through by making her private life part of public court proceedings. They point out that Laura's sexuality and relationship status should have been private, and I violated that privacy for my own benefit. Several people have accused me of being homophobic, suggesting I wouldn't have cared as much if Laura's new partner had been male. They say I specifically targeted her relationship with a woman because I knew it could be used against her, and that my actions were rooted in prejudice, even if I won't admit it. Laura herself has said I've ruined her life by making her relationship and Michelle's past issues part of public record. She says Michelle has faced professional consequences and social stigma because of my court filing, and their relationship has been damaged by the stress and public exposure. On the other side, many people think I did exactly what I should have done. They argue that Laura lied by omission during the original trial, and that someone with a documented history of animal neglect living with Bear was absolutely relevant information the judge should have had. They point out that this wasn't about Laura's sexuality or relationship status. It was about material information that would have influenced a custody decision. If Laura had been dating a man with the same animal neglect history, the same concerns and disclosure obligations would have applied. My attorney thinks I handled it appropriately, noting that Laura's concealment was problematic and that Michelle's history was legitimately relevant to Bear's welfare. He says I had every right to bring this information to the court's attention when it directly impacted the well-being of my dog. But I'm struggling with the consequences and implications of what I did. Did I expose Laura's relationship out of legitimate concern for Bear's welfare? Or was I using available ammunition to win a custody battle I'd lost? Was Michelle's history genuinely concerning? Or was I exaggerating minor past issues to build a case? And what about the privacy violations and potential harm to Laura and Michelle? Even if the information was legally relevant, did I have a moral obligation to handle it differently? Could I have negotiated more or given Laura more chances to revise custody voluntarily before making her private life part of public proceedings? So Reddit, am I the duh for revealing my ex-fiance's secret relationship and her girlfriend's animal neglect history to win custody of my dog, even though it exposed private information and potentially damaged both their lives? AITA for selling my late husband's comic collection after his family excluded me. Collection. That's what my late husband, David's, family keeps calling the thing I sold. But to them it represented far more than just comic books. It was apparently David's legacy and irreplaceable family treasure. I'm 31 euros female, being called vindictive, greedy, and cruel for selling David's extensive comic book collection after his death, and his family has threatened legal action. But the context they're leaving out changes everything about whether my actions were justified or unforgivably petty. David and I were married for 5 years before he died suddenly from a brain aneurysm 8 months ago at age 33. His death was completely unexpected. He had no prior health issues, no warning signs. One morning he collapsed, and within hours he was gone. The trauma of losing my husband so suddenly, at such a young age, has been the worst experience of my life. David had been an avid comic book collector since childhood. He had approximately 3,000 comic books carefully organized, cataloged, and stored in climate-controlled conditions in our basement. Some were extremely valuable, first editions, rare variants, signed copies. David had spent 20 years building this collection, investing probably $60,000 to $80,000 over time, and the current market value was estimated around $150,000 to $200,000 for the entire collection. David loved those comics deeply. They weren't just a financial investment, but a genuine passion. He'd spend hours organizing them, attending conventions, networking with other collectors. I understood and supported his hobby, even though I didn't personally share his enthusiasm. The comics made David happy, and seeing him excited about a new acquisition or discussing storylines with fellow collectors was part of what I loved about him. David's family, his parents, Robert and Linda, both 62, and his younger brother Kyle, 29, were also involved in the comic collecting world. Robert had introduced David to comics as a child, and it had become a bonding activity for them. Kyle was less passionate, but still collected casually. The family would attend conventions together, and David's collection was a frequent topic of conversation at family gatherings. When David died, I was absolutely devastated. The funeral planning and immediate aftermath were a blur of grief and logistics. David's family was grieving as well, of course. They'd lost a son and brother. But their behavior during this time revealed dynamics I'd only partially understood during David's life. David's parents had never fully accepted me. They'd wanted David to marry someone from their community, we're different religious backgrounds. Someone with a more impressive career. I'm a nurse, which they considered beneath David's engineering position. Someone from a wealthier family. They'd been polite during our marriage, but never warm, and I'd always felt like an outsider at family events. After David's death, this coldness became overt exclusion. David's family planned the entire funeral without consulting me. They chose the venue, the music, the speakers, the burial plot, everything, and presented it to me as decided. When I tried to have input, Linda told me they were handling it, and I should just show up and grieve. At the funeral itself, David's family gave eulogies that barely mentioned me. Robert spoke for 20 minutes about David's childhood, career, and hobbies without once mentioning our 5-year marriage. Kyle gave a eulogy about being David's brother and growing up together. Linda thanked various family members for their support during this difficult time, but didn't acknowledge me at all. The photo slideshow at the funeral included hundreds of pictures from David's childhood, college years, and extended family events, but only 3 photos from our wedding and none from our married life together. It was as if our 5 years together had been erased from David's life story. After the funeral, David's family's behavior became even more problematic. They came to our house, the home David and I had shared, and started taking David's belongings without asking me. They packed up his clothes, his electronics, his personal items, treating me like I was a temporary occupant, rather than David's widow and the homeowner. When I objected, Linda said they were preserving David's memory and didn't trust me to properly care for his possessions. Robert said that as David's parents, they had more right to his belongings than I did. Kyle just followed their lead, boxing up David's things without speaking to me. The final straw came when I overheard them discussing David's comic collection. They were in the basement examining the comics, and Robert was saying they needed to get these out of here before she tries to claim them, and that the collection belongs with family, not some outsider who never appreciated them. I confronted them immediately. I said the comics were in my home, had been purchased during our marriage, making them marital property, and they had no right to take them. Robert argued that David had started the collection before our marriage, and therefore it was his separate property that should go to his blood family, not his widow. Linda said I'd never understood or cared about David's collection, and would probably just throw them away or sell them for nothing, because I didn't understand their value. She said they'd take proper care of the comics and preserve David's legacy appropriately. Kyle said it would be wrong for me to keep something so meaningful to David's family when I'd never really been part of the family anyway. I told them to leave my house immediately and not return without my permission. Robert said they'd be consulting an attorney about their rights to David's estate and belongings. They left, but not before Robert took photos of the comic collection for documentation purposes. Over the next month, David's family essentially cut me off. They didn't check on how I was grieving. They didn't invite me to family gatherings where they were remembering David. They made it clear through mutual friends that they considered me an outsider who'd had temporary legal status in David's life, but wasn't truly family now that he was gone. Then I received a letter from their attorney claiming that David's comic collection was separate property that should go to his estate, meaning his blood family, rather than remaining with me as surviving spouse. The letter argued that since David had started collecting before our marriage, and the collection was clearly his personal hobby, it should be treated as separate property, exempt from normal marital property rules. I consulted with my own attorney, who told me this claim was nonsense. David and I had been married without a prenuptial agreement, and in our state, virtually all property acquired during marriage is considered marital property, regardless of who purchased it or whose hobby it related to. The comics were in our marital home, had been purchased with marital funds during our marriage, even if David had started collecting before we met, and were legally mine as surviving spouse. My attorney sent a response letter explaining this, and David's family's attorney dropped the property claim. But the damage to our relationship was complete. David's family had shown me exactly how they viewed me, as an outsider, with no real claim to David's memory or legacy, someone to be excluded and, if possible, stripped of things that really belonged to the real family. That's when I made my decision. I contacted a rare comic book dealer who specialized in large collection purchases. I had the collection professionally appraised at $185,000, and after some negotiation, I sold the entire collection to the dealer for $170,000. The dealer picked up all 3,000 comics, and within a week, David's collection was gone. Sold, dispersed to various collectors, no longer a single collection at all. I used the money practically. I paid off the remaining mortgage on our house, $85,000. Paid off David's student loans that I'd become responsible for, $23,000. Put money aside for grief counseling and therapy, $10,000. And invested the remainder, $52,000, for financial security as I rebuilt my life as a widow. David's family found out about the sale within days. Apparently, the comic dealer mentioned acquiring a major collection, and word spread through the collector community. Robert called me, screaming that I'd destroyed David's legacy and sold irreplaceable pieces of his life. Linda cried on the phone, saying I'd erased David's memory and betrayed everything he'd cared about. Kyle showed up at my house demanding to know how much I'd sold the collection for and accusing me of profiting from David's death. He said the comics should have been preserved as a collection, not scattered to random buyers, and that I'd destroyed something that had taken David 20 years to build. Robert and Linda sent multiple messages saying they would have bought the collection from me if I'd needed money, and that I'd sold it out of spite rather than necessity. They claimed I knew how much the collection meant to them and David, and that I'd deliberately destroyed it to hurt them for excluding me from funeral planning. Their attorney sent another letter suggesting my sale of the collection might constitute waste of marital assets or intentional destruction of estate property, though my attorney said these claims were baseless since the collection was legally mine to sell. The family has turned extended relatives, mutual friends, and David's colleagues against me. They've told everyone that I destroyed David's life's work and sold his legacy for money because I was bitter about not being accepted by his family. They framed me as vindictive and greedy, someone who cared more about money than preserving David's memory. Several of David's childhood friends have sent me messages expressing disappointment that I sold the collection. Some said they understood I might need money, but I should have offered the family a chance to buy it first. Others said that regardless of legal ownership, I should have preserved the collection as a tribute to David, rather than dismantling something he'd spent decades building. David's cousin sent a particularly harsh message, saying I'd proven his family right about me being an outsider who never understood or appreciated David. She said a wife who truly loved David would have kept his collection intact as a memorial, and that selling it proved I'd never really been part of the family or understood what mattered to them. On the other hand, my friends and family fully support what I did. They point out that David's family treated me terribly after his death, excluded me from funeral planning, tried to take property from my home without permission, and made it clear they didn't consider me real family. They argue I had no obligation to preserve a collection for people who showed me nothing but contempt during my grief. My attorney supports the sale as well, noting that it was legally my property to sell, and that I used the proceeds responsibly, paying off debts, securing my housing, investing in my well-being. She says David's family's claims about destroying legacy are emotional manipulation with no legal merit. My therapist has asked me to examine my motivations honestly. Would I have sold the collection if David's family had treated me with kindness and respect after his death? Probably not. I likely would have offered it to them or preserved it in David's memory. But they didn't treat me with respect. They excluded me, tried to take my property, and made it clear I was an outsider with no real connection to David's legacy. So did I sell the collection as a practical financial decision or as revenge for how his family treated me? The honest answer is both. I needed the money. Widowhood has financial implications, and paying off the mortgage provides security. But I also knew selling the collection would devastate David's family, and part of me wanted them to feel some of the pain they'd caused me. I've also wondered about David himself. He loved that collection deeply. If he'd known his family would treat me so poorly after his death, would he have wanted me to preserve the collection for them? Or would he have wanted me to do what was best for myself, financially and emotionally? I'll never know the answer. So Reddit, A for selling my late husband's $170,000 comic book collection after his family excluded me from funeral planning, tried to take property from my home, and made it clear they didn't consider me real family. AITA for selling my dad's vintage car collection to pay for my education. 17. That's how old I was when my father walked out on our family, leaving my mother to raise me and my 2 younger siblings alone. I'm now 24F, and the fallout from a decision I made 6 months ago has divided my entire family. Half think I'm justified, half think I'm a vindictive thief, and I genuinely don't know where I stand anymore. My father, Robert, was obsessed with vintage cars. Throughout my childhood, he spent every spare dollar and countless hours restoring classic vehicles in our garage. He had 7 cars in his collection: a 1967 Corvette, a 1970 Plymouth Barracuda, a 1965 Mustang, and several others I never learned much about because he never wanted me around them. These cars were his priority, his passion, his identity. Meanwhile, my mom worked 2 jobs to keep food on the table and pay the mortgage. When I was 17, Dad announced he was leaving. No warning, no marriage counseling, just a declaration that he'd fallen out of love with Mom and was moving across the country to start fresh with a woman he'd met online. He left behind 3 kids, me at 17, my brother at 14, and my sister at 11, a mountain of debt, and his precious car collection, which he couldn't take with him because his new girlfriend's apartment complex didn't allow garage storage. Dad told my mom the cars would stay in our garage temporarily, until he could arrange transport or find proper storage in his new city. He made her promise not to touch them, saying they were his retirement fund and his legacy. Mom, still reeling from the abandonment and trying to figure out how to survive as a single parent, agreed. The cars sat in our garage, untouched, taking up space we desperately needed. Dad's financial support was minimal and sporadic. He paid court-ordered child support irregularly, often months late. He'd call maybe once every few months, usually to check on his cars rather than his children. When my brother needed emergency dental surgery, Dad said he couldn't help financially because he was tight on money. When my sister needed a new winter coat, Dad said to ask your mother because he'd already contributed his share. But somehow, he always had money for trips with his new girlfriend, whose lifestyle was prominently featured on social media. I worked throughout high school and saved aggressively for college. I was accepted to a good state university with a partial academic scholarship, but I still needed approximately $15,000 annually for tuition, fees, and living expenses after my scholarship and financial aid. I'd saved about $8,000, which would cover my first year, but left subsequent years uncertain. I asked Dad if he could help with college expenses. He said he couldn't afford it and suggested I take out loans like normal people do. When I pointed out that the cars sitting in our garage were worth significant money that could fund my education, he became angry. He said those cars were his property, his investment, and I was entitled and ungrateful for suggesting he sell them to pay for my college when I could just borrow money. Mom struggled constantly to pay bills. The garage where Dad's cars were stored could have been converted to a rental unit, generating income we desperately needed. I watched Mom work herself to exhaustion while Dad's cars sat untouched, preserved like sacred relics, while we struggled to survive. Here's where the legal situation gets complicated. When Dad left, the cars were registered in his name, but they were parked on property jointly owned by my parents. Mom and Dad never officially divorced. The process was expensive, and Mom couldn't afford a lawyer. So they remained legally married, but permanently separated. This meant the cars were technically community property in our state, but Dad considered them exclusively his and threatened legal action if Mom touched them. I graduated high school, started college, and struggled financially throughout. I worked part-time while taking classes, but it wasn't enough. I took out student loans, but I was constantly stressed about accumulating debt while Dad's valuable cars sat unused in our garage. By my junior year, I'd accumulated nearly $40,000 in student loan debt, and I faced 2 more years of school. Meanwhile, Dad had bought himself a new truck and took an expensive vacation to Europe with his girlfriend. He posted photos on social media of expensive restaurants and tourist destinations, while I was rationing groceries and working double shifts at a campus coffee shop. The injustice of it burned constantly. His valuable assets sat protected and pristine, while his children struggled. When I came home for winter break of my junior year, Mom looked exhausted and defeated. She'd been working extra hours at her cleaning job because my brother needed orthodontic work that insurance didn't cover. She mentioned again that the garage space where Dad's cars were stored could be converted to a rental unit that would bring in $800 monthly, but she was too afraid of Dad's threatened legal action to move the cars. That's when I made my decision. I researched our state's community property laws and discovered that because my parents were still legally married, my mother had equal claim to the cars. I convinced Mom that we had legal right to sell them, especially since Dad had abandoned them with us for 7 years and had failed to provide adequate child support during that time. Mom was terrified, but ultimately agreed we couldn't keep protecting Dad's interests while our family struggled. We consulted with a lawyer who confirmed that given the circumstances, 7 years of abandonment, community property laws, and Dad's failure to contribute adequately to his children's welfare, We had solid legal grounds to sell the vehicles. We listed all 7 cars for sale through specialty vintage car dealers and private collectors. The market for vintage cars was strong, and we found buyers for all of them within 3 months. The total proceeds came to approximately $340,000, far more than I'd expected. It turns out Dad's retirement fund was actually quite valuable, and his years of restoration work had paid off financially. We divided the money according to need. $60,000 went to paying off the mortgage on our house. $120,000 was set aside in trust funds for my younger siblings' education, and $80,000 went to me for my remaining college expenses and to pay down my existing student loans. Mom kept $80,000 for herself, her first real financial security in years, to cover emergency expenses and eventually hire a lawyer to finalize the divorce. I paid off my entire $40,000 in student loans immediately. With the remaining $40,000, I was able to cover my last 2 years of college without working or taking additional loans. For the first time since Dad left, I could focus entirely on my education without constant financial stress. Dad found out about 2 weeks after the last car sold. One of his car enthusiast friends saw the Corvette listed for sale and contacted him. Dad called my mom screaming, threatening lawsuits, saying we'd stolen his property and destroyed his life's work. He said those cars were supposed to be his retirement fund, that we'd had no right to touch them, and that he'd sue us for every penny plus emotional damages. Mom stood firm, explaining we'd consulted a lawyer and had legal grounds to sell community property that had been abandoned at our home for 7 years while he failed to adequately support his children. Dad hung up and immediately retained an attorney. Dad's lawsuit claimed theft of property, conversion of assets, and emotional distress. His lawyer argued that while the cars had been stored at our house, they remained Dad's separate property that predated the marriage, or were gifts to him individually. Dad claimed in court documents that he'd been temporarily storing the vehicles and had always intended to retrieve them, but we'd maliciously sold them before he could arrange transport. Our attorney countered with evidence of 7 years of abandonment, Dad's minimal and irregular child support payments, his refusal to help with my college expenses while maintaining he had no money, and social media posts showing his expensive lifestyle. We argued that the cars were community property, that 7 years of free storage was generous, and that using marital assets to support the children of the marriage was legally justified. The judge ultimately ruled in our favor. He found that the cars were indeed community property, that Dad's failure to retrieve them for 7 years constituted abandonment, and that using the proceeds to pay for shelter, the mortgage, education, and basic necessities for minor children was a legitimate use of community assets. Dad's lawsuit was dismissed, and he was ordered to pay our legal fees. But the family fallout has been enormous and complicated. Dad's side of the family is uniformly furious with me. My paternal grandparents have called me a vindictive thief and said I destroyed my father's life's work out of spite. They say those cars represented decades of Dad's labor and passion, and that selling them was cruel revenge for him leaving the marriage. Dad's sister, my aunt, said I was selfish and greedy, and that I should have taken out loans like everyone else, instead of stealing Dad's property. They argue that, yes, Dad should have contributed more financially, but that doesn't give us the right to sell his possessions. They say the cars were his personal property and passion, not some fund we were entitled to raid whenever we needed money. They've pointed out that Dad left the cars with us specifically because he trusted us to keep them safe, and we betrayed that trust catastrophically. Even some of my mom's family members are conflicted. My maternal grandmother thinks we were legally justified but morally questionable. She says, just because you can do something doesn't mean you should. She's worried that I've destroyed any chance of reconciliation with my father, and that I'll regret this decision when I'm older and understand the value of family relationships more than money. Several family friends have weighed in, with split opinions. Some think Dad abandoned his responsibilities and his cars, and that we had every right to use those assets to survive and pay for education. Others think we should have at least given Dad warning, or a chance to retrieve the cars before selling them, rather than making a unilateral decision that destroyed his collection. Dad himself has been posting on social media about ungrateful children and theft disguised as justice. He's framed the situation as his vindictive ex-wife and daughter stealing his retirement and destroying his dreams because he moved on to a happier life. His girlfriend has been particularly vocal, calling me a spoiled brat who stole from her father because he didn't hand her everything she wanted. My younger siblings have mixed feelings. My brother, now 21, is grateful for his education trust fund and thinks we did what we had to do. My sister, now 18, feels guilty and thinks we should have found another way, that selling Dad's prized possessions was too harsh, even though he wasn't a great father. She says she feels like she benefited from stolen money, even though she knows legally we were entitled to sell the cars. On the other hand, many people strongly support what I did. My friends think Dad had it coming. He abandoned his family, failed to support his children adequately, refused to help with college, despite having significant assets, and expected us to protect his valuable collection while we struggled financially. They argue that Dad can't have it both ways, abandoning his family responsibilities while demanding we safeguard his retirement fund. My mom is conflicted. She's relieved to have the mortgage paid off and financial security, but she's also dealing with family backlash and Dad's continued threats of further legal action. She's told me she thinks we did what we had to do, but she wishes there had been another way that didn't cause this much family destruction. I'm left wondering, was I justified in selling those cars to pay for my education and help my struggling family? Or did I cross a line by destroying something Dad had spent decades building, even though he'd abandoned his responsibilities to his children? So Reddit. An idea for selling my father's vintage car collection that he'd stored at our house for 7 years to pay for my college education, even though it destroyed his life's work, and he's calling me a thief.